FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Okay. We got audio, we got video now, so when you go to the homepage, you can get either one.
Yeah,
like
but
I said,
the dog is shy because the dog just left the studio.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Maybe he knew that the video was turned on. So
maybe he's learned that so far.
Yeah, it's a very shy dog. Very shy.
But anyway, you can get to our audio video from our homepage, and upper right-hand corner has the audio. That's 24/7. Click on that, and it'll carry you to another page, and hit the play button. If the play button doesn't like you, well, it will deal with your browser when you hit the start another browser. Hit that button, and it will pop up. So we got a way to defeat everything. And then on the video, right there in the middle of the page, the blue letters say, "Watch live video of mornings with the LeaderMan and replays." Just go there and hit today's date. That's pretty much that it.
And then you'll learn why they say, I have a face for radio.
Yeah. Well, it's got a pretty good shot of you on the. I have the monitor.
That's all right. I'll have to give them my good side, but I can't figure out which side my good side is.
Yeah.
So, I'll have to try to deal with that. But I will.
All right. Well, let's move on with what we do, and that, of course, is with some sound bites this morning. Got lots of those. Before we get to that, since Robert Levy, both ways you know him, was chairman of the Moore County School Boards for a while, and a lot of controversy. He's not right now. He's a lot of controversy in the up in Carthage about the potentially new school site that they're trying to gather. And why that we can't fix our current school sites to handle more kids is beyond me.
Well,
I don't know if it has to have another $30-40 million school.
Well, the answer is that it would be a good thing to replace the Carthage School. One of the problems is Carthage School has built in the days when there were several buildings, many buildings. And today, for security, you like to have one building, one entrance, and one exit, except for emergency exits, obviously. And you like to have what's called a vestibule, so that you can basically, if you have a person with ill will coming into the school, you can isolate them and things like that. It's about time to replace the Carthage School. The question is, where are you going to replace the Carthage School?
Why do you have to replace it?
Well,
I bring this up several times.
No. You have a very, very good point. As a matter of fact, I went to.
You don't know what the point is yet.
Well, I went to the Southern Pines School, and the Southern Pines School, the school on May Street, which is used to be 1 through 12. I don't think it had kindergarten at that time, and it was an older school, and it had many buildings. And it was updated constantly and seemed to work. In fact, it seems to work even today, even though the school is probably 100, 125 years old. So it's not impossible to keep those schools. The question is, do you want to invest in things like modern wiring? If you do that, you've got to get the asbestos out. If you get the asbestos out, you have to pull apart the school, because any major renovation, you're going to have to get rid of that asbestos. You're going to, do you want to modernize your classrooms and the like? And suddenly, the building of another school is roughly equivalent to the renovation of that school. The renovation, probably still a little lower, okay? But especially when you ask yourself about safety, and that is a modern school has a lot of safety things built into it in the construction. And it also has better ingress and egress for handicapped students and the like. If you ask yourself, then you might say it would be a good thing to replace the Carthage School. I'm not going to say that it's an emergency, but there are certain systems also in the Carthage School, including the heating system and the like, which will require major, major repairs. So the question is, you better decide quickly whether you're going to replace the Carthage School or not. The people of Carthage seem to want to do that. The county commissioners seem to want to do that. But the question is, how are you going to do it? Well, the school board decided that they would buy some land for about $500,000. By the way, it's a very good price for that particular land, about 30 acres.
Yeah. It's about 5 miles out of town.
Right, it's about 5 miles out of town. The people of Carthage got a little bit upset over that.
But that doesn't have water and sewer on it.
No, it does not. And it will take a couple of $1 million to bring the water and sewer there. But that has to be balanced against the cost of buying land closer into town. One example is the jail. When the new jail was built, there was a question as to whether it was going to be built out of town, slightly out of town, basically near the Ag Center and the like, or in town. The in-town property was a couple of $1 million, as I remember.
Mm-hmm.
The out-of-town property was much less. Those are balancing things. But the big question, the big problem is that where they wanted to put the school is in a very rural part of Moore County. It's on Union Church Road, which we have other schools on Union Church Road, but there are farms in that area. And the people who farm that really want to keep the character of their area. And that's very, very important to them.
Mm-hmm.
They're saying it's also totally against the current land use plan, which I haven't looked at the land use plan, but I could understand that because this is a farming area, that's a problem too. Well, so what can you do? There is a solution. There are other pieces of property closer into town. The good thing is you can take that land, which you have, and which you bought, and you can turn that into a mini farm. If you turn that into a mini farm, then students get to learn agriculture. They get to maybe sell some of the crops that they produce. Of course, that's not going to totally pay for the program, but we do need more vocational education, especially around surrounding agriculture, which a lot of people don't know is a big industry in Moore County,
Mm-hmm.
especially in the rural areas. We think about golf. We think about all those good things in Moore County, the tourist industry. But the agricultural industry is very, very important, and vocational education is very, very important. So you could do that with the land that you bought. Then you can, this is my idea, you can take, there is a park which is right beside the school. You can, now I'm not, don't want to take away the park, don't get excited, okay? You can build the park in the school, build the school in the park, okay? And then take down the original school and replace that with parkland. That can be both a recreational facility for the students at the school, as well as the city of Carthage and the county overall. So you can build it right there. And the thing that the people of Carthage want is that they have a community school. I believe in small schools. I believe in community schools. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And if you keep the community school, you will be doing very, very good things for the kids that go there and the people of Carthage. You can also build a slightly larger school to take care of what is expected to be a rise in student population, not so much for the Carthage area, but for the adjoining areas serviced by Farm Life and Vass Lakeview, which they do have students on the Carthage side of Vass and the Farm Life area, and they can be brought into the new Carthage school, and thereby not worrying about the overcrowding that looks like it's occurring there. Now, one thing you also have to understand is that with the rise of charter schools, there may not be such a large rise in population in the Moore County schools. So when you see these developments and you say, boy, we're going to have lots and lots of new students, you say, maybe not, because of the rise of charter schools. The only thing I can tell you is that we need to focus more on Pinecrest, the high school, and Union Pines, the high school, because...
Well, let me stop you there.
Yeah.
Don't these other schools, I'm pretty familiar with Pinecrest High School and fairly
I graduated there.
fairly familiar with Union Pines. But they both have excess land. If properly land planned, could accommodate a school double the size. Instead of what they house now. Every time we get up to 640 or something, or an elementary school says 300 something, oh, we got to have another school. But we don't. We got the land, we got the infrastructure. It's just a matter of building the new building to accommodate the extra population.
By the way, the superintendent would agree with you. Okay? There is a question of philosophy. Do you want small schools or do you want large schools?
Well, when I was at Broughton, it was considered a large school.
I was going to say, Broughton is a large school.
Well, it's considered, but I didn't feel like it was.
As is Myers Park. Do you want E.J. Broughton High School?
Yeah.
Do you want Myers Park High School? Or do you want more like what we have, which is, I think, one of the best schools ever? Now, I don't want to take away from Pinecrest, and I don't want to take away from Union Pines, which is North Moore.
Yeah.
North Moore at about 700 kids, 650, 700. Think about this. You want to go out for the football team, okay? If you are at a large school, if you're at E.J. Broughton, you better be one of the best kids in the state to do that. But if you want to play football at a small school like North Moore or a 1A, a 2A school, then you can do it. You can be on that varsity team. You can play those varsity sports. You don't get lost in the crowd.
Well, you have to play. You got more competition for the.
No question. I come down on the side of small schools and opportunity for all students, because practically none of them, let's face it, are going to go to the NFL. Okay, very few of them are going to go to right. Very few of them are going to go to major university basketball, football teams, and the like. But there is a value in our sports. There is a value in our debate team. There is a value in our Future Farmers of America. These are best in smaller schools. I would rather see another school with an additional 1,000 kids, which I think might be put on in the Seven Lakes area, but I think closer to basically it is what goes out as Main Street in Taylortown and extends out to 2427 in Carthage, okay, that area, because you would take in all the people in this, I call it the Seven Lakes to Pinehurst part of the county, and good thing for the traffic circle, because the traffic circle is a physical barrier between Pinehurst and Pinecrest High School. The parents would no longer have to negotiate that circle, and that would in turn take away traffic from the circle, which would mean that maybe we wouldn't have to have such a radical change for the circle.
Right.
Maybe that's a far-flung thing, but that's something that we need to think about. So So the bottom line is, yes, the school board made a mistake. Maybe it wasn't such a mistake because they had a public meeting.
Which mistake was this we're talking about?
Trying to buy,
The land.
and in fact buying a piece of land.
Did they actually buy it?
They actually bought it.
Hmm.
Okay, spent about $450,000 buying that piece of land outside of Carthage in the rural area. There was a public meeting as to whether a new school should be built or whether the old school should be renovated. At that public meeting, most people said that a new school should be built.
Everybody wants the bright, shiny penny, but
Right.
we need to.
But okay, when the plans move forward, the people said, "Wait a second." The other people who didn't come to that public meeting, which is the majority of people, because most people don't come to public meetings.
Well, it's limited to how many can
Right.
get in.
Right. Well, in this case, that wasn't limited. There weren't that many people at the public meeting.
I mean, big public meetings ought to be held where a lot of people can get in.
Well, it was held in Carthage, okay?
Yeah.
And the people could have gotten in. You could say that maybe there should have been more publicity or whatever, but you have to be flexible. When it was finally determined that it would be placed in the rural area just off of Union Church Road, people saw that and they freaked out, okay? You have to be ready for that. You have to be nimble. The problem is they freaked out just before the land was actually purchased. And they freaked out at a school board meeting. The school board should have said, wait a second, even though they had authorized the purchase, they should have said to the superintendent, wait a second, there's too much public outcry. Maybe we should hold back and not purchase the land.
Yeah.
Okay. So that was a mistake. All right. I understand that people want to jump up.
Mike could have gotten away with putting it under contract and without, offer. I mean, what's the word I'm looking for? It's ties up the land for a period of time while you look and see.
Right. They could have done that. They could have done many things. It's called taking an option.
Right.
They could have taken an option on the property, and they could have even paid a couple of $1,000s for the option.
Right.
While that was done. Okay, it's done. Okay, I believe me, I'm not on the school board. I wasn't responsible for it. Okay, but it was done. Now we have to say, not yell and scream and say, "Oh, those terrible school board people. They did this, they did that." No, we have to say, what can we do now? What can we do constructively? How can we best serve the kids? And we can look at our two philosophies, which are important. And by the way, superintendent wants that large high school. Okay. In fact, he's told me many a times it's better to have a large high school.
Probably save 50% off the top of trying to build a new high school.
Right. And by the way, that's a legitimate thing. Wanting small schools.
So you're talking about $30 million saved that can go a long ways toward a new high school.
Well, I don't think the land is going to cost you $30 million.
I'm talking about the building.
The building, you're going to have to build buildings which are almost the equivalent, because you're going to need, basically, Pinecrest is created for about 1750 students.
Right.
It's now about 2,000, 2,200. It's overcrowded. Okay? You're going to have to build a new school that will do another 1,750. Okay? You're going to have to do a new school at Union Pines, which is going to roughly double the population of Union Pines. Okay? That's what you're going to have to do. So the cost is, yes, it is less by the land that you're not going to have to buy. No question about that. But it is still not $50 million difference.
Right.
It's just not. But there is a difference. You might say you want to save the taxpayer money. I believe, personally, I believe that we should not have factory schools. That's what I call them, factory schools. Loads of kids, loads of principals, assistants to the assistant principals,
Right.
and the big bureaucracy. Okay? I think you should have one principal, maybe one assistant principal, and the rest should be teachers.
Right.
So you save, I believe, on the other end.
All these other positions come in because
Right.
you get a position job. You say, well, these are the type of things I don't like doing, so let me get an assistant.
And the more you grow, the more your bureaucracy grows, and the less the child has to say, I really want to be one-on-one with my teacher. I really want to be even one-on-one with the principal. You know, at Union Pines, the principal goes through that school and everybody says hi to him. Okay? Mm-hmm. It's a smaller school. It's not an extremely small school, but it's a smaller school. And the principal is really involved with every student in that school. It's wonderful. You're not going to get that in a 3,000, 4,000 E.J. Broughton. You know, you're not going to get it in a Myers Park out of Charlotte. Okay? Mm-hmm. It all depends on what you want. And you're going to have to pay for what you want. No question about it. And that's the discussion that needs to be had. And that's the discussion that needs to be brought to the school board by the people. You need to really discuss those things. Mm-hmm. And we'll see what happens. There's not a wrong answer, okay, to the question.
Okay.
So,
well, we can talk about some more schools next hour.
Okay.
In the meantime, don't have much time left, but get on to some other topics like this one. A 41-year-old man in Florida was marching down the street buck naked in the cold. When the cops asked him what he was doing, he said it was a TikTok prank. Here's the sheriff, Grady Judd, talking about this TikTok. God, come on, Windows, quit ticking me off. We just started, and you're already in my Jell-O messing with it.
It's a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy.
All right, now we can have our talk with the buck naked guy.
We did get some security footage from a Tesla. That's right. A man's going to work. It's 36 degrees. And this dude is walking down the road buck naked. He's not even wearing his socks. So this nice man called the sheriff's office. We responded, and there he is, marching down the side of the road. We asked him, what are you doing? Well, it's a TikTok challenge. Well, you don't even have your cell phone. You're really naked when you don't have your cell phone. Nope. So we arrested him for obvious violations of the law. He went to the jail without any clothes on, buck naked.
Now, was that really, that's another thing. Don't really have time for it. We'll get to
With
weather.
a warm front working its way north through the region today, we'll see increased cloud cover and the chance for spotty rain. Temperatures will warm into today and Saturday. We'll see more rain Saturday before a drier and more seasonable into the weekend. We start today with spotty rain and patchy fog. Temperatures start in the low to mid-50s. More spotty rain throughout the day with highs in the low to mid-70s under mostly cloudy skies. Then scattered showers and a few storms Saturday, highs in the mid to upper 70s. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Grant Skinner in the Weather Center.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
Key News this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rex Thomason. In the words of the White House press secretary, President Trump is willing to meet with anyone and talk to anyone.
It speaks volumes that we have a communist coming to the White House because that's who the Democrat Party elected as the mayor of the largest city in the country.
Caroline Leavitt talking about today's White House meeting between President Trump and New York City Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani. The latter, who refers to himself as a democratic socialist, says he wants to talk to the president about making New York City more affordable. We are learning more about President Trump's latest proposal for bringing an end to Russia's war in Ukraine.
The proposed peace plan would limit the size of Ukraine's military, and Russia would gain land it has been unable to win on the battlefield. According to a draft document obtained by the AP, the proposal would also prevent the future expansion of NATO, which Moscow views as a potential threat. The White House says it has been receiving input from each side in the conflict, but Ukrainian President Zelensky has strongly opposed previous calls for territorial concessions. Greg Clugston, Washington.
And Ukraine continues to resist the idea of giving up any territory to the Russians. In a speech, Ukraine's deputy permanent representative to the UN vows that Ukraine will make no land concessions to Russia. That could be too bitter a pill for Vladimir Putin to swallow. President Trump's crime-fighting initiative in Washington, D.C. is in jeopardy. A federal judge says National Guard troops must be removed from the city streets. However, the order is on hold, affording time for an appeal. Federal investigators say there's evidence of cracks in the left-wing engine mount of the UPS cargo plane crashed and burned in Louisville earlier this month. 14 people were killed. On Wall Street, Dow futures are up 200 points. Townhall.com.
They say timing is everything in the gold and silver markets, and it's true. Dennis Prager here for AmFed Coin and Bullion. Although you can buy at the right time, if you buy the wrong coins, you may not make a profit. When gold was $400 an ounce, many people were talked into buying high-grade old gold and silver collector's coins. Unfortunately, most of the people who bought these so-called semi-numismatic coins, like the $20 St. Gaudens and Liberty Head gold coins, have not broken even on their investment. Incredible, given that gold has risen approximately 525% since then. So while timing is everything, if you buy the wrong coins, the timing simply doesn't matter. Having a dealer who cares about positioning you in the right types of coins or bullion will mean more to your portfolio than anything else. That's why I deal with Nick Rovich and AmFed Coin and Bullion. Whether you're buying or selling, call 800-221-7694. That's 800-221-7694. Or go to AmericanFederal.com. AmericanFederal.com.
There's been another mass kidnapping at a school in Nigeria.
Armed men have attacked a Catholic school in a western region of Nigeria and abducted several school children and staff. The incident happened early Friday at St. Mary's School in the Papiri community, according to officials. The exact number of abducted students and staff remains undisclosed, but local media is reporting around 50 school children were taken. The Nigeria State Police Command said the abductions occurred despite prior intelligence warnings. Military and security forces have been deployed in the area. The attack follows a similar incident in Monday in Kebbi State, where 25 schoolgirls were abducted. The perpetrators remain unidentified. I'm Charles.
Colombian authorities showing off the first objects recovered from a Spanish galleon. It sank off Colombia's Caribbean coast more than 300 years ago, considered the world's most valuable shipwreck. News and analysis, townhall.com. Things are looking good for the nation's largest retailer heading into the all-important holiday shopping season.
Walmart delivered another standout quarter, posting strong sales and profits that blew by Wall Street expectations as it wins over a broad base of shoppers, including cash-strapped Americans who have grown anxious about the economy. While other retailers dialed back projections, the nation's largest retailer raised its financial outlook Thursday after its strong third quarter, setting itself up for a strong holiday season.
Correspondent Bill Alexander. The federal government has released a new crash test dummy design that advocates believe will help to make cars and trucks safer for women. The Department of Transportation says it will consider using the dummy in the government's 5-star safety ratings once a final rule is adopted. Women are 73% more likely than men to be injured in a head-on crash. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Thanks for help bringing the economy back. One local purchase at a time.
Kind of uplifts you and you feel better.
It's the greatest comeback of all time. With Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
A bill to strip Moore County of its extraterritorial jurisdictions was pushed through in Raleigh, not by your senator, but by politicians from Anson County. First in the Senate, then in the House, where it was finally pulled. Where was Tom McInnes? Why did he let outsiders meddle with Moore County's future? Ray Daley, standing up for Moore County, standing up for you.
Paid for by Ray Daley for North Carolina Senate.
Hi, this is Rodney Swarms with Plumbing Night. We know that plumbing emergencies can happen at any time. In fact, they seem to happen at the most inconvenient times. And then inviting an unknown plumber into your home, that can add to the stress of the situation. The Plumbing Night wants to alleviate any stress about inviting a technician into your home by guaranteeing that we have not only the very best plumbers, but also the most knowledgeable plumbers. Before any of our employees are hired, All of the employees must undergo drug testing and a thorough background check. If they don't pass, they aren't hired. No exceptions. Once they're hired and part of the team, they receive continuous technical and customer training to ensure that they are the very best at their trade. This training is week after week, month after month, year after year. This training is what got us into community college to teach the plumbing trade. So the next time you have an emergency, call the Plumbing Night. They're known for extraordinary service and integrity.
Call the Plumbing Night at 639-5555, day or night, or on the web at theplumbingnight.com.
Mace Electric Company in Seven Lakes has been providing quality commercial and residential electrical service in the Sandhills for over 40 years. From bad switches to home surge protection, Mace Electric Company can handle any commercial or residential electrical repair. Unlimited license, locally owned and operated. Call Kenny and Gail Mace at Mace Electric Company in Seven Lakes, 910-673-0093, 910-673-0093.
This Small Business Saturday, get ready to shop small and pamper big. At More Bubbles, we're celebrating with bubbly deals on our soaps, shampoos, bath bombs, and more, all crafted with natural ingredients. Plus, wander among local artisan vendors offering their own handmade treasures, perfect for holiday gifting, and enjoy something delicious from our featured food truck while you browse. Come, support local and discover gifts that feel as good as they smell this Small Business Saturday, November 29th from 10 until 4 at More Bubbles, 305 Monroe Street in Carthage.
From everyone at Hughes Supply of Pinehurst, we'd like to say thank you for your continued loyalty and faith in us. Put your feet up and have a well-deserved rest this Thanksgiving, and let every day of the holiday season be filled with joy. Have a safe and happy Thanksgiving.
Two local powerhouses, Carolina Air and Carolina Power and Generators, have united to bring you something bigger, smarter, and stronger. Introducing Carolina Air and Power. Now you don't have to choose between keeping your home comfortable or keeping your home powered up. Because with Carolina Air and Power, you get both. That means reliable heating and cooling systems backed by the security of whole home power solutions. And right now, take advantage of Carolina Air and Power's special limited time offer. Get $2,000 off HVAC installations and $1,500 off generator installations. That includes a free 10-year parts and labor warranty on your generator. Because life doesn't stop when the power goes out. And your family deserves comfort and confidence no matter what. Carolina Air and Power. Comfort and power together at last. Call today at 910-241-4677 to learn more and experience the strength of two trusted names, united as one. That's Carolina Air and Power.
With me in the studio is Sue Maxwell, who is a patient at Pinecone Medical Center, where Dr. Sharon Wright practices chiropractic medicine. Now, Sue, you went there with pain. What kind of pain was it, and what did you do about it?
Yes, I had arthritis in my cervical spine, and I had pain that radiated out through my shoulder, down my arm. I went to see Dr. Wright, and she did the pressure wave therapy on me. Through treatments and everything, I actually eliminated the pain in my spine and in my shoulder.
So did the pressure wave work as advertised?
Oh, my goodness, it did. Yes, I am pain-free.
And would you recommend it to your friends?
Absolutely, and I have. I have told many friends.
If you're suffering from pain, why not schedule a free, no-obligation appointment with Dr. Sharon Wright at Pinecone Medical Center? Call 910-420-1911 or visit on the web at pineconemedicalcenter.com.
This is Axel Thornsbury, and I have a joke for you. Why didn't the skeleton go to the Christmas party? He had no body to go with. Merry Christmas from all of us here at Thornsbury's Body Shop.
Give your desk and your back an upgrade. Turn any old workstation into a sit and stand workstation with an Alera raised desktop from Sandhills Office Supply. With easy access levers for simple adjustments, this space-saving design is affordable too. Experience the benefits of an Alera lifting workstation with a demo at Sandhills Office Supply on US 1 in Southern Pines next to Smithfield's Barbecue.
NCN News, I'm Mike Rayleigh. Federal judges on Thursday upheld several U.S. House districts that North Carolina Republicans drew in 2023 that helped the GOP gain additional seats the following year. Meanwhile, a three-judge panel heard from a multiple voting rights group on Wednesday about a lawsuit filed over North Carolina's newest congressional maps. The hearing happened in federal court in Winston-Salem. Wake Forest University political science professor John Dinan.
What the challengers are asking the federal court to do is stop any further use of these maps. Just use the old maps. Do not allow the new maps to take effect.
3D printing technology is becoming more accessible, and according to law enforcement officials, more young people are able to get their hands on so-called ghost guns. CBS's Anna Schechter.
Now, laws regulating ghost guns vary state by state, but individuals in the 3D 2A movement online are constantly staying not just one step, but 10 steps ahead of regulation.
2 U.S. Navy Blue Angels paid a visit to the Marine Corps Air Station Cherry Point base on Thursday. Lily Montana, Blue Angel number 8, says they are excited for next year's tour.
This is our first stop. We'll visit each one of our 32 show sites for the upcoming 2026 show season, and we'll meet with air show organizers, airfield representatives, community leaders, and any invested partners to making this air show happen.
It's holiday travel time. CBS's transportation correspondent Chris Van Cleve.
The start of this holiday travel season got off to a pretty good one for the airlines. They looked at yesterday as the beginning. United says today will actually be their busiest day leading up to Thanksgiving. The Wednesday before Thanksgiving also very busy as millions of people are trying to stretch that holiday weekend just a little bit longer, perhaps making it a 10-day vacation.
You're listening to NCN News.
Hello, I'm Steve Troxler, North Carolina Commissioner of Agriculture. Farming's tough, but you're not alone. That's why the North Carolina Agri-Medicine Institute offers the North Carolina Farm Helpline, a free 24/7 resource for the agriculture community. Long hours, difficult decisions, and unexpected challenges can add up. Whether you need to talk to a counselor who understands farming or help with finances, legal questions, or farm safety, call 844-325-3276. That's 844-325-3276, the North Carolina Farm Helpline, a free 24/7 resource for the agriculture community. 844-325-3276, because no one should face farm life alone.
New State Department rules will deem countries with DEI policies as infringing on human rights. Michael Wallace says that.
The State Department says the new rules are intended to stop destructive ideologies. Any country that enforces race and gender DEI policies or subsidizes abortion or facilitates mass migration will be deemed by the Trump administration as infringing on human rights. The new rules also apply to European countries that have adopted internet safety laws and are arresting people for their online hate speech. A former State Department official says labeling DEI as a human rights violation sets a new low for the Trump administration. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
State Auditor Dave Bollig is out with a report critical of hurricane recovery efforts from storms Matthew and Florence. The audit looked at North Carolina's Office of Resilience and Recovery and the Homeowner Recovery Program.
INCOR spent more than $1 billion of taxpayer money. Applicants had to go through 8 separate steps to complete an application process as part of the rebuild program. Each step took an average of a minimum of 100 days.
A new report from the North Carolina Drought Management Advisory Council shows 92 of 100 counties are experiencing drought conditions, with 2 central North Carolina counties experiencing severe droughts. Christmas comes early for a pop diva.
Mariah Carey's 30-year-old holiday classic is already charting on the Billboard Hot 100. It's climbed to number 11 ahead of Thanksgiving. Her PR team says that's the earliest re-entry ever. The song boasts a record of 97 total weeks at number 1 on the music chart overall. The Queen of Christmas is hoping to cash in. Def Jam Records and Universal are re-releasing a shiny starlight clear-colored vinyl version of 2010's Merry Christmas to You album on Amazon.
Mike Rayleigh, NCN News.
Good Friday morning. We start your day with spotty rain and patchy fog with cloudy skies. Temperatures start in the low to mid-50s. By this afternoon, highs will reach the low to mid-70s across the region with mostly cloudy skies, and more spotty rain is possible. Overnight, partly cloudy skies. Temperatures drop to the upper 50s and low 60s. Brief showers are possible. Then scattered showers and a few storms possible Saturday with highs in the mid to upper 70s with partly cloudy skies. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Grant Skinner in the Weather Center.
Right now here in the Sand Hills area, we have some fog, 54 degrees, humidity 99%, dew point at 54, winds calm and pressure at 30, 12. It is 8:16. Let's take a look at your Sand Hills news for this Friday morning. Tradecraft Coffee Roasters has opened its first brick-and-mortar location. This happening in Southern Pines after years of serving customers from a mobile coffee truck around the Sand Hills. The shop held a soft opening on November 4th and invited local coffee enthusiasts to visit the new storefront. Owners Chadwick and Daniel have spent months preparing the space and transitioning their mobile veteran-owned businesses into a full cafe. There's a latte love about the new shop, which is the same building as was previously Frankie's Southern Grinds and Old US 1. Tradecraft has built a following with its small batch specialty roasts, espresso drinks, and cold brew taps, just to name a few of the things they have going on. Tradecraft Coffee Roasters is open Monday through Friday, 6 a to 3 p, and Saturdays 8 to 3. The shop is located at 1120 Old US 1 in Southern Pines. And a near head-on collision sent one driver to the hospital and spilled 50 gallons of diesel fuel after a passenger vehicle reportedly struck a large mail delivery truck in Carthage. The incident happened on NC 15501 near Donathan Drive. Cypress Point Fire and Rescue initially responded to the scene and requested support from the Carthage Fire Department due to severity of the wreck. Cypress Point Fire and Rescue, according to the department, Chief Mike Cameron, bystanders had already removed the drivers of the passenger vehicle from the car before fire and EMS personnel arrived. Responders initially requested a medical helicopter, but that was later canceled after evaluation. The truck driver declined medical treatment at the scene. The collision damaged the driver's truck's fuel tank, spilling about 50 gallons of diesel fuel, and the North Carolina Highway Patrol is still investigating the wreck. Authorities reported that the driver of the passenger vehicle had, quote, fallen asleep while driving. That's your latest Sand Hills news this morning from the Sand Hills Sentinel. And, of course, if you need more information, just head on over to sandhillsentinel.com. It is 8:18. Here comes your sports.
Stay in the game with the Clark Chevrolet Cadillac Sports Report. Family owned and operated for over half a century, they do it all. Sales, service, parts, collision repair, and they never charge a dock fee. Nestled in the heart of Pinehurst, Clark Chevrolet Cadillac, fueling your passion for sports.
NCN Sports, I'm Tony Rixby. And Thursday night ACC basketball, JT Toppin scored 21 points, helping number 15 Texas Tech hold off Wake Forest 84-83 in the Baha Mar Championship in the Bahamas. Toppin, the reigning Big 12 Player of the Year, had 9 rebounds, 4 assists for the Red Raiders. True Washington had an 18-point, 10-rebound double-double last night. Trey Donaldson, Sheldon Henderson each scored 18. Miami took down Elon 99-72. In women's basketball, number 14 North Carolina coasting to an 85-50 win over North Carolina A&T. Tar Heels coach Courtney Banghart.
You know, we really wanted to come out and be aggressive as we are kind of on our journey to kind of continue to build our defensive habits. A lot of good things there, and then some things obviously got sloppy. You know, we fouled them 24 times. That's sort of too many. Only went to the free throw line 10 times. That's too few. So there's some things that we were just on.
Houston's dominant defense sacked Josh Allen 8 times. Kalen Bullock forced 3 turnovers with his second interception, sealing the Texans' 23-19 win over the Buffalo Bills. A longtime NFL coach speaking out against President Trump's criticism of league rules. Here's Gethin Coolbaugh.
Kansas City Chiefs special teams coach Dave Tobe is unfazed by President Donald Trump's opinion of the NFL's new kickoff rules.
He doesn't even know what he's looking at.
Trump attended a game earlier this month and criticized criticized the rules on the Pat McAfee show, calling them demeaning and unsafe. Tobe, who has coached special teams for over 2 decades, pointedly dismissed Trump's comments on Thursday.
He has no idea what's going on with the kickoff rule. So I'm going to take that for what it's worth.
You're listening to NCN Sports.
Open enrollment for health insurance is here. But don't worry, North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance has you covered for all your health insurance needs, including Medicare. And with offices in every county, a trusted, experienced agent is just around the corner, ready to help find a plan that's right for you. Visit ncfbins.com or stop by your local office today. North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance. Helping you is what we do best.
North Carolina ranks second in the nation in potential agricultural land lost by the year 2040. The NC Forever Farms program supports the preservation of family farms through permanent agricultural conservation easements and has received a record number of applications for 3 straight years. Landowners interested in preserving their working farm through the Farmland Preservation Division of the North Carolina Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services can learn more by visiting ncadfp.org.
In the NBA last night, Orlando over the Clippers, 129-101. Memphis with a 137-96 win over Sacramento. Atlanta Hawks fell to San Antonio Spurs, 135-126. In OT, 76ers over the Bucks, 123-114. Big changes for the Lakers.
Joey Buss and Jesse Buss are no longer working in the Los Angeles Lakers front office after the franchise's recent ownership change, according to an AP source. The brothers are children of longtime Lakers owner Jerry Buss, who died in 2013. Joey Buss was the Lakers' alternate governor and vice president of research and development, while Jesse Buss was an assistant general manager. The Lakers are also overhauling the scouting staff that worked with the brothers, who will retain their inherited minority ownership stakes. I'm Gethin Coolbaugh.
Tony Rixby, NCN Sports.
Sometimes you just want to say,
take it from the top. My career is over.
I thought you were part of the coffee generation. 97.3 FM and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
It wasn't long ago when residents in the Sandhills had to call 2 different companies for plumbing or heating and air conditioning service. But Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning was the first to offer all 3 services and still do. At Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning, it's our goal to offer customers fast, dependable, and creative solutions to your home and business needs. Experience counts. Call Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning 910-949-3232. 910-949-3232.
Photography and pottery, 2 art forms united by a passion for beauty, detail, and craftsmanship. This November and December, experience Framing Form, a stunning exhibit featuring the talents of the Sandhills Photography Club and potter Beth E. Roy at the Arts Council of Moore County's Campbell House. Discover how light, texture, and form come together in perfect harmony. The exhibit opens November 7th and runs through December 20th. Don't miss Framing Form. Since 1973, the Arts Council has kept the arts at the heart of Moore County. Learn more at moreart.org.
This holiday season, we at Creed and Garner Roofing want to take a moment to thank you, our neighbors, friends, and customers, for your trust and support over the last 40 years and throughout this year. Whether it's a new roof, a repair, or just a checkup, we're honored to be your go-to roofing experts. Your loyalty has made all the difference, and we're grateful to be a part of this wonderful community. From our family to yours, we wish you a safe, warm, and joyful holiday season. Thank you for choosing Creed and Garner Roofing.
With over 20 years of experience, visit Hardy's Equipment and see the complete line of LS tractors. Right now, get 0% financing for 120 months on select LS tractor models. That's 10 years, interest-free financing. So come see the LS Tractor MT2 and MT2E at Hardy's Equipment. These versions of everyone's favorite 35-plus horsepower tractor now has a lift capacity of 2,000 pounds or more. Plus, they have more standard features and operator comfort, like an air conditioning system and roof configuration that provides additional headspace for increased visibility. Hurry to Hardy's Equipment and don't miss 0% financing for 120 months on select LS tractors, because this offer ends soon. So mow it, grade it, till it, or move it. Join the LS Tractor family and do more today. See Hardy's Equipment for complete details, 4809 Vast Carthage Road, or call 910-245-1644.
Hi, this is Katherine Phelps, owner of Appliances and More. This Christmas season, we're celebrating you, our customers, with a Christmas Eve appliance giveaway. Stop by our store in the Town & Country Shopping Center in Aberdeen and sign up to win one of 3 amazing prizes: a Frigidaire upright freezer, an Electrolux front-loaded washer and dryer set, or the new Frigidaire electric slide-in range with the fresh baked pizza option. It's our way of saying thank you for your support and friendship all year long. No purchase necessary. See store for details.
This holiday, give the gift of perfectly cooked burgers and seared steaks from Char Bar 7. Right now, for every $25 gift card purchase, receive a free $5 one for yourself. Buy $500 worth and receive a $50 gift card plus get $5 bonus card per $25. That's $150 of free Char Bar 7 for yourself. So if you're looking for a warm, inviting atmosphere to relax and eat some great food with friends and family, visit Char Bar 7, located at 100 Pavilion Way in Southern Pines.
Looking to bring home the magic of Christmas? Head to Greenhaven Plant Farm starting November 25th. Our Christmas trees are the freshest and fullest because they're grown right here in North Carolina. From towering Fraser firs to handcrafted wreaths and vibrant holiday poinsettias, you'll have farm fresh quality that lasts all season long. Open Monday through Saturday, 8 to 5. Find Greenhaven Plant Farm at 255 Greenhaven Lane off Highway 22 in Carthage.
Here in the Pines, neighbors know where to go for the best deals and the best service. The locally owned, award-winning Cooper Ford in Carthage. Voted best car dealership and best service department. Cooper Ford isn't just award-winning. They're hometown proud. Locally owned with friendly faces who treat you like family and prices that can't be beat. That's why more of your neighbors choose Cooper Ford, and you should too. So start shopping today at cooperford.net. Cooper Ford, always working hard to be your hometown dealer.
Don't miss Taking Aim, presented by the Marketplace Restaurant and Catering, every Saturday morning at 11 a.m. with your hosts David Hensley and Steve Woodward. Listen to them expose hypocrisy, deception, and woke agendas in government and education at the federal, state, and local levels. Join David and Steve as they call on conservatives to stand up in the bold new era of MAGA dominance under Donald Trump 2.0. Listen to Taking Aim Saturdays at 11 a.m. right here on WEEB.
The greatest comeback of all time is underway. Remember to shop local businesses. A reminder from Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
Security and peace of mind critical in a retirement income plan. Coach Pete is president and founder of Capital Financial. Coach, why do we need to look beyond security and peace of mind even in retirement income?
Because you want to be able to do what you want to do and say, well, we can't do that. We can't afford to. I just want to say, yes, you can. You can have a retirement plan that you never have to worry about, and it doesn't have to tie all your money up. So, matter of fact, we try to, with as little as money as possible, give you that lifetime income that you never have to worry about, and then take the other money and put it at maximum risk. Because now, even if you lost all the money on the maximum risk account, you still have your retirement account forever. It's hard to understand how good it feels until you do it, or at least see it in writing. And so we put it all on a one-page plan. We call it Coach Pete's Power Plan.
Coach Pete's Power Plan factors in fun in your retirement. Call for your no-cost, no-obligation comprehensive review, 919-415-1716, 919-415-1716, or text COACH to 600-700.
Investment advisory services offered by Capital Financial Advisory Group, North Carolina registered investment advisor.
Social Security was never meant to be the sole source of income in retirement. Coach Pete is president and founder of Capital Financial. Coach, why is it so important to have another guaranteed source of income?
Because then you're in control. If you're depending on Social Security only, that's going to be a difficult decision. I mean, how are you going to manage that? I mean, it's not going to be fun. It's all about control. The more money you have put aside for retirement, the more control you're going to have about your fun in retirement. And to me, why retire if you're not going to have fun? Make sure you have that Coach Pete's Power Plan. There's 22 steps behind the scenes, and we're going to offer this. We've seen others charge over $1,000 for plans like this. Coach Pete's Power Plan, which is a total retirement plan, which will feature lifetime income you can't outlive, ways to pay for long-term care without having a long-term care policy. Very big one, by the way. I've taken everything that we talk about, I've taken advantage of myself.
Schedule your retirement review, 919-415-1716, 919-415-1716, or text COACH to 600-700.
Investment advisory services offered by Capital Financial Advisory Group, North Carolina registered investment advisor.
With a warm front working its way north through the region today, we'll see increased cloud cover and the chance for spotty rain. Temperatures will warm into today and Saturday. We'll see more rain Saturday before a drier and more seasonable end to the weekend. We start today with spotty rain and patchy fog. Temperatures start in the low to mid-50s. More spotty rain throughout the day with highs in the low to mid-70s under mostly cloudy skies. Then scattered showers and a few storms Saturday, highs in the mid to upper 70s. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Grant Skinner in the Weather Center.
And now, the Sandhills' #1 morning show, Mornings with the LeaderMan, here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB, and heard and seen around the world at talk973.com.
The best part of waking up is waking up with us.
Oh, good morning.
You know what? I need a smoke and a beer.
What's wrong with you this morning? I'm trying to quit smoking.
I gotta quit smoking.
I'm trying to quit smoking.
Quit smoking. Well, then, this is your lucky day. How so?
Today is the Great American Smokeout.
The Great American Smokeout.
The Great American Smokeout.
This could be your day. I'll quit smoking.
Quit smoking for good.
You can do it!
It's showtime.
I had a bad habit of missing lovers past. My brother used to call it eating out of the trash. It's never gonna last. I thought my house was haunted. I used to live with ghosts and all the perfect couples said when you know, and when you don't. And all of the foes and all of the friends have seen it before, they'll see it again. Life is a song, it ends when it ends. I was wrong, but my mama told me it's alright. You were dancing through the lightning strikes, sleepless in the onyx night. But now the sky is open light. Oh my Lord, never made no one like you before. You had to make your own sunshine, but now the sky is open light. You could.
Good morning. Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Welcome back to the most listened to program in all of the Sandhills. It's time once again for Mornings with the LeaderMan. I am Steve Leader Adams along with Bob Levy this morning. Good morning, Bob.
Hey, good morning.
Wait a minute. There you go.
Oh, there was my microphone. Okay. It's a beautiful day in Pinehurst. Good morning. It's also a beautiful day in the rest of Moore County. So I'm raring to go. And as they say on Fox News, everybody, I hope you're dressed. You know.
All right. Don't forget, of course, we're being heard and seen around the world on the live audio and video streams. Those are available to you from our website at talk973.com or talk1041.com or weeb990.com. Upper right-hand corner of every page has the audio link where it says on the air, listen live. Click that once, you're listening that quick. On your, video stream, that's a little different. Go to the middle of the page where the sentence says, watch live video of the Mornings with the LeaderMan. That's a pretty good giveaway. Click that and click on today's date and you got the video stream, complete with audio. Weather for us today here in the Sandhills area, well, it's going to be okay as we dive into the weekend with it, like we got a choice. For today, slight chance of rain before 9 a.m., patchy fog after, otherwise cloudy with a high of 69. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 62. For Saturday, to kick off your weekend, a little chance of early on of some showers and thunderstorms, mainly after 11 a.m., then partly sunny after that with a high of 77. Now, these showers are going to be intermittent, not a steady day-long rain. For Saturday night, mostly cloudy with a low around 48. Sunday will be your best day of the weekend. Sunny, no mention of rain, no clouds, 65 degrees. Monday, more of the same with a high of 67. Tuesday, rain returns. And for Thursday, Thanksgiving, mostly sunny with a high of 58. We'll take it.
You say a slight chance of rain. My windshield wipers told me there was more than a slight chance this morning.
Well, up to a certain time. Then after that, after 9 o'clock, no rain.
Okay, cool.
All right. Right, let's see. Did I do the current stuff? I don't think I did. Right now, around the sand hills, get back up there. We have calm winds, pressure 3012, dew point 54, humidity 99%. It is foggy and 54 degrees currently here at Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Okay, now we got it all done. It's 8:36 past the hour on this TSI, I think, Steve, is Friday. Yes, finally. We got it in. All right. Let's see. We'll hit this first. Hold up here, Stevie.
I told my grandchildren this morning it was froggy, and they were looking for the frogs. So, yeah. We're
out there hopping in the front yard right now.
They are. Actually, unfortunately, a couple of them hop in my pool, and that's the end of the frogs. So feel sorry for them, really.
Well, experts say if you're one of those whiny people that complained about the cost of Thanksgiving or Christmas, they have a way to save money. A guest on Fox News shared this controversial holiday money-saving advice that you shouldn't buy a gift for Grandma. Here is what Dave Ramsey's show co-host Jade Warshaw had to say about that.
You need a plan. Also remember, adults don't need gifts, okay? Focus on the people in your life who are age 3 to 18. Grandma doesn't need slippers. If they don't live by you, don't get them a gift. Now's not the time to spend and break the bank sending packages across the country, Dana. Focus on the people in your life, ages 3 to 18.
Do what I did for my grandmother who was eating up with Alzheimer's. She wouldn't know who gave it to her, much less where it was. So I got her some fancy head and lotion from Belk's and put it on her dresser so it would be there and she'd see it smack on every day. And she would use it. And that way it got used.
Well, I'll say this. Giving is not just for the person who gets the gift. Giving helps the person who gives the gift.
Mm-hmm.
And if Grandma is going to take the chance of getting run over by a reindeer, I heard that in a song, that Grandma got run over by a reindeer. At least you can get her a gift. It's just polite.
A woman in New Mexico has gone viral after posting this TikTok video of her eating Chick-fil-A in the car with her pet turkey. It sits on a dog bed and suddenly pecks at the food. Here we go.
Say good morning. Say good morning. Say perfect. We are doing Chick-fil-A again this morning. I got the sausage, egg, and cheese breakfast bowl. That's a big bite. So I'm going to have... You got me. Okay, eat the egg. Here. Good boy. Was it scrumpy? Okay. Good. So happy for you.
Well, she brought tears of joy to the barista's eyes. I could see it.
I guess, but since she was at Chick-fil-A, basically they were celebrating that the turkey wasn't a chicken.
Yeah.
So, of course, their motto is, the cows say, eat more chicken.
Yeah.
So it's, she probably should hide the turkey until the end of November. I'd suggest that.
Chevy Chase admits that it was a big mistake for him to leave SNL after the very first year. He says it in a trailer for his new documentary about him coming soon to CNN. Here's part of it with comments from Dan Aykroyd, Goldie Hawn, Martin Short, and Lauren Michaels.
Hi, I'm Chevy Chase, and you're not. And here's a look at the trailer for my new documentary.
Chevy Chase is exciting and talented.
Very, very funny.
Ready to say something sarcastic or edgy.
He's the asshole who you love.
It was a mistake to leave SNL. When Hollywood wants you, they're pretty good at it.
Chevy had massive movie star hits.
And then, of course, it went downhill from there. Would you work with him again?
Are you kidding me? It's Chevy Chase.
I'm who I am, and I like who I am.
I've heard you're turned into a jerk.
Well, I don't know. Just listening to his voice, it makes me feel a little sad because it sounds like a lot of us. He's gotten a little older. And I remember when he tried to do a late night show, and it just didn't work. Yeah. So he was who he was, and he was kind of funny in some of his movies, and now it's time to find somebody else.
Funny how the public has a way of judging the show, isn't it?
Yeah, well, he was liberal. Yeah, he was a leftist, as were all the people. And
he was narcissistic.
Well, and those are the people who are still on Saturday Night Live. But you take it for what it's worth, and then if you like it, watch it. Otherwise, hey, he made a couple of movies. Those vacation movies were, in my opinion, really, really funny. And certainly the first one. I don't know about the second one.
Christmas Vacation was the best one.
Yeah, well, it was good. You know, give a guy his due. That's what you have to look at. And by the way, when you're giving me my due, remember it's rlevy.substack.com.
Okay.
It's rlevy.substack.com, and you get some pretty good commentary, which is conservative and teaches you a little bit about history. And the history of the Saturday Night Live show is, I think, for the most part, pretty good. You know, it's not so funny now, but things aren't as funny as they used to be.
Yeah.
And that's the sad part. We can't be as funny as we used to be.
Well, I'm pretty damn funny.
Well, yes, always. Well, that's the reason why people tune in, you know.
Surgeons can soon use robots in your bloodstream to give you medicine. A prisoner in Australia filed a lawsuit over a lack of Vegemite. These are just two. The best of the late night eunuch boys from last night. This is Cobert. No, his name is not Colbert. It's Cobert and Myers.
Thanks to a new breakthrough, robots in your bloodstream could deliver drugs into precise locations by a surgeon using a tool not that different from a PlayStation controller. Neat. I look forward to those pre-operation assurances. Don't you worry, you're in great hands. Dr. Goldberg has achieved Kingpin in Grand Theft Auto 5.
A prisoner in Australia recently filed a lawsuit that claims the state's ban on Vegemite for inmates violates his human rights. Well, have you tried talking to the inventor of Vegemite? I assume he's in prison with you.
An overweight raccoon was found wandering through an English neighborhood that weighed in at 24.69 pounds, more than 3 times the average weight of a healthy adult of the species. Feels a little fat-shamey. He's not overweight. There's just more of him to give you rabies.
Did I hear all those late night people and nothing about Trump? You know, are things changing? I don't know. Probably not.
Yeah, maybe not.
Probably not.
Study found that listening to too much Christmas music can be bad for your mental health. Plus, it's not even the week of Thanksgiving yet. So is that too soon?
It's too soon for Christmas music. Way too soon for me. There's no snow or mistletoe, and good luck finding a tree, except the fake ones are on sale now at Home Depot. Christmas music was special.
All right, enough of him. I can't take too much. He better stick to comedy because as a singer, he just doesn't have it.
Well, it's never too early to buy your toys.
Does he, Berta? Huh?
Today's show is sponsored by Holiday Travel, the only thing more stressful than actually seeing your family.
It's also National Stuffing Day, November 21st. And it's almost time to get stuffed with all that stuffing.
And hopefully it'll have some chestnuts in it.
Here you go. A little song for you.
Come on in and be seated. We're already eating. Welcome to my crazy home. There's green bean casserole and warm crescent rolls. But please leave all that stuffing alone. Even though I was starving.
They got 3 courses in this thing. So
Well,
it's enough for me.
But I think stuffing is the best part of the meal. And yes, the stuffing must be made inside the bird. Okay, don't talk to me about any of that stovetop stuff. Stuffing in the bird. And
what if it isn't in the bird? I mean, is there any way to make stuffing? I'm
sorry, it doesn't qualify. There are ways to make stuffing because all stuffing really is basically toasted bread with gravy. Well, it's really chicken broth or turkey broth on top of it, making it soggy, and then you throw in some vegetables and hopefully some chestnuts and stuff like that. Theoretically, you can make it outside the bird, but and certainly restaurants do and things like that. But I like stuffing because they're inside the bird because it is moist. It is delicious. There is something that you can't get outside the bird, but unfortunately, there's only a limited amount of cavity, and there's only a limited amount of stuffing you can make for each bird. So, that's the problem. But real stuffing, when I make it, it's always inside that bird.
Okay.
And boy, is it delicious.
All right. Well, we know what the news is now, but we have to ask, what about the not headline news?
This is not headline news. A Washington business hired a convicted killer to play Santa. In their defense, you really have to hire a guy who knows the naughty list. Carly Rae Jepsen turns 40 today, so call her, maybe. Bravo released the cast of The Real Housewives of Rhode Island. I checked it out just to see who's going to be divorced soon. And college students in Texas solved a 1991 cold case murder. The only case I cracked in college was a 24-pack of Pabst Blue Ribbon. This is not headline news.
All right, another not headline news this morning. An AI-enabled teddy bear gave advice on BDSM sex and where to find knives. I know what I'm getting Britney Spears for Christmas. A Washington business hired a convicted killer to play Santa. That's one way to make sure kids avoid landing on the naughty list. College students in Texas solved a 1991 cold case murder. The only case I cracked in college was a 24-pack of Natty Light. Booyah! Study shows Netherlands likely engaged in kissing. The research was done by observing couples at Walmart. Dick Cheney's family did not invite President Trump to the funeral, mainly because they were worried Trump would try to hide the Epstein files in the coffin. Be a good place for it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, probably,
A CNN legal expert says that there's a huge loophole in the bill that calls for a release of the Epstein files. How huge? President Trump could wear it as a belt. A new poll, 8 out of 10 Americans agree on the core aspects of U.S. democracy. I'm going to skip that one. I'm tired of those anti-Trump jokes.
Yeah, well.
The CDC website has been changed to include false claims that link autism to vaccines. And the department has been renamed the Centers for Disease Conspiracies.
Well, I'll put it to you this way. Anybody want to find out the reason why we have so much autism, all they have to do is look at the appropriations. Because there are kids who have autism who need help, and they need help bad.
Yeah.
But there are too many diagnoses of autism because that's where the money is. And that is sad.
Meghan Markle says nobody in the world loves her more than Prince Harry. She didn't need to add more than Prince Harry. Prince William and Princess Kate met Paddington Bear. Is not the first fake Hollywood celebrity they spent time with. Remember, they know Meghan Markle. A Bath and Body Works ad is making New York subway stations smell Christmassy. The rest of the New York is making the station smell urine-y.
And don't forget the marijuana in the air.
Yeah.
You know.
The Colombian Navy has found 450 pounds of cocaine in a ship bound for Europe. The Navy was suspicious when they saw a boat of Colombia. I should say a boat in Colombia. 1 in 3 Americans expected to slip into debt this holiday season. When they're done grocery shopping, they have to buy Christmas presents. Wicked for Good opens today. That's the movie. This is the movie where we find out what really happened to the Wicked Witch of the West. She got her own podcast and tried to make excuses for pedophiles.
That's the woke Wicked.
Yeah.
Which is, from what I've seen, not recommended.
There's a new Wicked movie, and no, it's not about the people on the Epstein list. The new Hunger Games trailer is out. This is the 6th film in the series, which means the author is now entitled to badmouth transgenders. Carly Rae Jepsen turned 40 today, so call her Maybe. Halle Berry turns 29 tomorrow. She spent the whole year dealing with an infant and so taking care of a baby. The final episode of Friends spinoff, Joey are out after 20 years. Matt LeBlanc can't wait to show it to his co-workers at Best Buy. Bravo revealed the cast of The Real Housewives of Rhode Island. There's enough people in Rhode Island to fill a Real Housewives cast. And last but not least, Travis Kelce says Taylor Swift is magical. You should see how she makes money from her fans' wallets disappear. And one more, Bill Belichick attended his girlfriend's cheerleading competition. Remember when he was a respected NFL coach? Me neither. Okay.
No, well, that's a sad thing. I graduated North Carolina. I graduated University of North Carolina.
I'm sorry you didn't get an education that you were trying to get.
Well, we tried. There's a honors thesis deep within the graduate library there, which if you want to learn something about what's called the Wilmington Massacre of 1898, don't read it, because I did a lousy job. But that's another story. I still graduated with honors because they had pity on me. But that was the rest of the story.
Okay.
As I used to have Paul Harvey say. You know, so.
They had to substitute him with something.
Yeah, well.
Bed Bath & Works is making a New York City subway system smell like Christmas. They added. Do this?
I think. Well, the tape.
Familiar.
They did it on tape. The answer was it makes it smell like something, but not urine or something like that.
Yeah.
Which, if you've ever been on a New York City
makes
subway,
it smell something besides urine.
Right. You understand it because, especially when they're going to make those subways free, it's going to be the home of the homeless.
Right.
It's very sad. But then again, by the way, Kami Mandani does meet the president today. So we'll see what happens when the communist comes to the White House.
Do you know who the first character balloon at the Macy's Thanksgiving Parade was almost 100 years ago in 1927?
No, I don't know that, but why don't you tell me?
It was also the first TV image.
Okay, that would be Philo Farnsworth? No, he actually invented
Maybe this will
broadcast television.
This will jolt your memory a little bit with this original song.
Felix the cat, the wonderful, wonderful cat. Whenever he gets in a fix, he reaches into his bag of tricks. Felix the cat, the wonderful, wonderful cat. You'll laugh so hard your sides will ache, your heart will go pitter-pat. Watching Felix, the wonderful cat.
All right.
But by the way, I believe Felix the cat was the inspiration for an X-rated movie. X-rated animated movie in the, I'm going to say the 1970s.
Yeah.
Which was, I was in college during that time.
Yeah, a lot of porn going around back then.
Yeah, but Felix the cat, I used to watch the cartoons on television. Sorry, Bugs Bunny was better.
Yeah.
You know,
Like Bugs Bunny and Roadrunner.
Bugs Bunny.
And
and Road-
now they think it's too violent.
Well, it's
the ones they don't think are violent suck.
well, you know that I have I have a couple of cells from old Bugs Bunny cartoons, and I love them. And I believe that one of the great stars ever was Mel Blanc,
Yeah.
who was the voice of the Warner Brothers characters.
Yeah, he did something like 120 different voices, and
Oh yeah.
They asked him to come up with 121st, and he went, not asking me.
Well, he also did a lot of bits with Jack Benny, and there was a thing with him in the Tijuana jail with Jack Benny, and it was called Sai So Si, and he said, have you been here in the jail long? Si. What's your name? Sai? Sai? Si. You know, that's an old bit which was copied by Cheech and Chong. So
Kind of like Who's on First.
it's kind of like Who's on First, but Mel Blanc was a funny man, just a great talent, and I wish he was still here with us. Maybe he'd straighten us out a little bit, and we could actually have some real laughs. You know?
Well, in the teaser for the new season of America's Idol, Carrie Underwood says she's figured out how to stop kids from saying 6'7". Check out her solution.
Every time the kids say 6'7", we have to immediately say 53099.
That'll
and
work.
if we all band together and do that, it will stop. It's going to take all of us.
If you say so.
Well, that's unfortunately that generation is moving away. So that generation is getting older. That generation that remembered that song. So I don't know. You know, there aren't too many people who remember the Shag either, or Southern Beach Soul. So
You don't
maybe
think they
that's
know the Shag by now?
well. I know the Shag.
I mean, I'm talking about young people today. I know they have their steps, but surely there's some that like
Well,
a good
I-
old Shag song.
I'd have to go down to Ocean Drive and go back to the Spanish Galleon, and which I believe is still there.
All right.
And we'll have to look and see how many young people are there,
All right.
especially dancing to Archie Bell and the Drells, and you know, from Houston, Texas,
And the Embers.
and the Embers.
All right,
Definitely the
so it goes for this Friday. Thank you, Bob, for coming in.
I appreciate
Bob
it.
Levy.
It's a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
Glad to have you, and we'll invite you back some more.
I appreciate it. And maybe we'll have a disagreement or two.
Oh,
It'll be fun.
We can work one up.
Okay.
All right, so it goes for all of us, and have yourself a great, safe weekend. We'll see you back bright and early Monday for a Monday Monday. Until then, support the mom and pop businesses you hear on our airwaves, because they're the core of our economy here in Moore County. When you give them first crack at your spending dollars, your dollars tend to stay here, roll over, and create jobs for all of us. So help yourself first. Don't go to the box stores and send all your money out to Arkansas and Sri Lanka. All right, that's it for me, the LeaderMan, Nick and Colt, and Honey the Dogs. We'll all see you this afternoon at the dog park.
Well, bye.
What have we learned? Heck, I don't know. But this is one crazy show. Bye now.
Cut! That's it. Go home, everybody. None of this ever happened. Well, y'all come back now, you hear?
I think we're through here.
Yeah, man. Thank you very much, man. That's pretty much all I got, man. Okay, class dismissed. Rock on!
Well, let me tell you something. Everything comes to an end.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. Amrit Thomason. He says he wants to talk about affordability. New York City's Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani meets with President Trump today at the White House. We are starting to get details of the latest U.S.-brokered Ukraine peace plan. It includes land concessions that the Ukrainians have so far rejected.
Ukraine's military would be reduced by nearly a third,
from roughly 880,000 troops to 600,000. The proposal would also prevent the future expansion of NATO and opens the door to lifting sanctions on Russia. The $100 billion in frozen Russian assets would be dedicated to rebuilding Ukraine. A side agreement aims to satisfy Ukrainian security concerns, declaring a future significant, deliberate, and sustained armed attack by Russia would be viewed as threatening the peace and security of the transatlantic community. Ben Thomas, Washington.
The FAA says only 776 of the nearly 20,000 air traffic controllers and technicians who worked without pay during the shutdown will get bonuses, only those with perfect attendance.
A number of workers called out of work as the shutdown dragged on longer than a month. Some of them got side jobs. Others weren't able to pay for child care because they weren't getting a check. Their absences forced delays at airports across the country, and some flights were cut. President Donald Trump suggested the bonuses for those who stayed on the job during the shutdown, and even suggested that air traffic controllers who missed work should be docked in pay. FAA officials have not publicly said anything about penalizing controllers. Donna Warder, Washington.
St. Louis County Police say a knife-wielding man has been shot dead by an officer at St. Louis Lambert International Airport. On Wall Street this morning, the Dow futures up 267 points. NASDAQ futures ahead 140. More on these stories at townhall.com.
NCN News, I'm Mike Rayleigh. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security has arrested 370 undocumented immigrants since they arrived Saturday in Charlotte. North Carolina House Speaker Destin Hall tells the News Observer.
I think a lot of what you're seeing, especially in places like Mecklenburg and like in the Triangle, it's the direct result of some sheriffs who have been elected who decided they were not going to cooperate with ICE anymore.
St. Louis, Missouri police say that a man was shot and killed at Lambert International Airport early this morning. St. Louis County Police spokesperson Vera Clay.
He refused to drop the knife and started to come at the officers, and less lethal was used. They did tase him first. They tried to use a taser. That individual continued to advance towards officers.
Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky has gotten the U.S.'s 28-point proposal to end the war with Russia. CBS's Ramy Encincioso.
On the ground from the people, reaction has been understandably very skeptical, very negative to the initial reports of the plan, and they say that this is capitulation to the Kremlin.
North Carolina Attorney General Jeff Jackson reached a $7 million settlement with the state's largest landlord, Greystone.
They're using this artificial intelligence software to raise your rents. They're making sure that landlords are basically able to collude with each other instead of competing against each other so they can raise your rent more quickly.
It's the holiday travel season, and it begins today. AAA spokesperson Tiffany Wright.
We expect that there'll be about 2.3 million North Carolinians traveling at least 50 miles or more away from home. Of that number, though, 2.1 we estimate will be driving. A lot of people that might have got a little nervous with everything that was happening with flights.
She says that a lot of people will be on the roads and flying today and the rest of the week, especially on Wednesday. You're listening to NCN News.
Open enrollment for health insurance is here, but don't worry. North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance has you covered for all your health insurance needs, including Medicare. And with offices in every county, a trusted, experienced agent is just around the corner, ready to help find a plan that's right for you. Visit ncfbins.com or stop by your local office today. North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance. Helping you is what we do best.
Are you looking for a 2-year hands-on agricultural degree while still gaining the university experience? I'm Lee Ivey, Director of the Agricultural Institute at NC State University. We offer 6 associate's degrees that span the agricultural industry and set our students up to meet their goals. Come live on campus, learn on our farms, and be a part of the NC State community. Learn more about our program online by searching NC State Ag Institute. 2 years, 1 degree, endless possibilities.
Has your driveway, parking lot, or road seen better days? Contact Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services for all your paving project needs. Family owned with over 30 years of experience, they specialize in asphalt paving and overlays, crack sealing and repair, seal coating, striping, and pothole patching. Call Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services at 910-673-1318 for your free estimate today. And all military and first responders receive 10% off. That's 910-673-1318.
Good Friday morning. We start your day with spotty rain and patchy fog with cloudy skies. Temperatures start in the low to mid-50s. By this afternoon, highs will reach the low to mid-70s across the region with mostly cloudy skies, and more spotty rain is possible. Overnight, partly cloudy skies. Temperatures drop to the upper 50s and low 60s. Brief showers are possible. Then scattered showers and a few storms possible Saturday with highs in the mid to upper 70s with partly cloudy skies. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Grant Skinner in the Weather Center.
This hour of the Chris Plant Show is sponsored by Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services. Call 910-673-1318 for your free estimate.
New Yorkers do not want a mayor who is working in tandem with the president. I intend to make it clear to President Trump that I will work with him on any agenda that benefits New Yorkers.
You know how commies are. That's Mamdani, the commie. 2 weeks ago, saying people of New York don't want a mayor that's working with the President of the United States. And then the same man, a matter of days later, saying, I am working with the President of the United States. Because he's a communist. He needs billions of dollars to pay for his demented fantasies. You know, the rail spurs, the gas chambers, all that stuff. I'll get to that in due time. In due time, my good friends. Well, a very good and happy Friday to you all. We are at 888-630-9625. Today in the House of Representatives, there will be a vote. And the Democrats, they're kind of in a tough spot here. It's a vote to condemn the horrors of socialism. You know, Joseph Stalin and Fidel Castro and Pol Pot and Mao Zedong. I like Mao Zedong best. I think Mao Zedong is my favorite. He killed the most people of anyone in the history of the world. And a lot of Democrats are expected to say, no, I really can't, I can't condemn socialism. So they're going to vote to support socialism. And then the communist mayor of New York is headed to the White House today for a 3 p.m. Eastern time meeting with Donald John Trump, the President of the United States, who is not a communist, not a commie at all. Well, you know how they are. The Democrats, they actually had a similar vote a couple of years ago. You know how many Democrats voted in favor of socialism? And they're talking about, we're talking about the murders and the executions and the gulags. And I like the old term, the gulag archipelago. I like that because it's two words that your average Democrat will never understand. A gulag, even though the left created them, and an archipelago, which is a bunch of islands out in the water. And Democrats might think they'd flip over if you put too many Marines on one side of an island. You know, the mental dwarfism that has been made normal is, well, it ought to be at least, rather disturbing. Can I use rather in this context? I think I can. So we've got that going. Their headlines all. I got National Panhandler Radio. They've got a headline on the Zohran Mamdani visit to the White House today. The headline is, here's what to expect when Trump and Mamdani meet on Friday. And I went through headline after headline. They've got, and story after story. They've got a lot of stories and a lot of headlines that say, Trump called Mamdani a communist. And they leave out nowhere in the story do you find Mamdani called Trump a fascist. But that's not in the story because the filthy, illiterate, fake journalist people, you know, the news people, they're not news people. They're Democrat bootleg. I'll keep it clean and call them bootlicks, because that's what they do. It's good to be a Democrat. Got the whole news media fluffing you, oiling up, doing the hot oil massage on you every day. I'm going like this with my hands because the Democrats and the hot oil massage on Democrats, it's like that. Trump and Mamdani meet Friday in the Oval Office. They've cast each other as adversaries for months. Really, the Democrat mayor of New York, the mayor-elect, has cast the President of the United States as his adversary? Oh, that's right. He's a commie, a stinking, filthy commie. So we got that going. And in Chicago, speaking of Democrats, That Democrat set the lady on fire a couple of days ago, drenched her in gasoline and set her on fire. And he's been arrested now, and he's not one of the good guys. But the Democrats might turn him into George Floyd. He could become a folk hero in no time. Their sons will want to grow up to be fire boy here on the Chicago Transit Authority train where he set the lady on fire. And turns out the guy has been arrested 53 times before for a whole litany of violent crimes, assaults, and they just keep letting him out. You can go ahead. We're not going to do anything until you set a lady on fire on the subway train, the last judge said. Did the last judge say that, Mike? The last judge didn't really say that, but the last judge might have said that. We're not going to do anything until you set somebody on fire on a subway train. So he went in and he set somebody on fire on a subway train. Just amazing. Also, we got a crazy story. The Democrats, they fill my cup every day. Kempsville High School. The assistant principal and his brother were overheard discussing violently attacking ICE agents. This is the school, the assistant principal. When I was a kid, assistant principals were like, dull people who are hoping to become principals sometime in their life. Virginia Beach, Virginia is the dateline. A Kempsville High School assistant principal and his brother are facing charges stemming from an alleged conversation they had about threatening to hurt ICE agents for the, quote, kidnapping individuals. They're arresting illegal alien gang members and things like that. And the news media, they're beside themselves. They're standing next to themselves, in fact. A possible meeting, they're arranging for a kidnapping. ICE agents were kidnapping individuals, the assistant principal and his brother said. And a possible meeting with other like-minded individuals. It's kind of haughty and lofty to say like-minded. That implies that there's a mind at work here. Like-minded individuals to discuss ideas and plans, according to a criminal complaint. Mark Bennett, 59 years old, and John Bennett, 54 years old. They were never any good, those Bennett boys. They're always bad news. John Bennett and Mark Bennett, 54, were arrested at Norfolk International Airport. They're probably fleeing the country, going to someplace nice like Venezuela, where, the cops will kill you on the spot. But never mind that. Norfolk International Airport, arrested around 9:40 a.m. on Wednesday, and at 10:50 a.m. respectively, the two of them, their two brothers, with the help of airport police. Airport police, it's dangerous work with Democrats out there. It is, actually. The Bennetts are brothers, police say. We already knew that. And News 3 confirmed John Bennett is one of Kempsville High's assistant principals. How many assistant principals do they have? News 3 obtained a criminal complaint outlining the alleged conversation between the brothers that led to their arrests. On Saturday, November 15th, an off-duty Norfolk police officer was having lunch at a Virginia Beach restaurant. Sounds very nice, doesn't it? At the same time as the Bennett brothers, the complaint says. We should call them, it just says the Bennetts, but I prefer the Bennett brothers. Sounds more like criminals when you say the Bennett brothers. The officer claims he overheard the brothers talking about how ICE agents are kidnapping individuals. That's Democrat Party talking point, Democrat news media talking point. It's called, illegal aliens being arrested, usually gang members, child sex abusers, murderers, people wanted in their own countries. But when you're a Democrat, you say, well, let's let them all go. What's the worst that could happen? What are they going to do, set a woman on fire on the subway train or something? So just amazing stuff, yeah. How ICE agents are kidnapping individuals and that they need to do something about it. During the conversation, the Bennett brothers allegedly told each other that they're going to fly to Las Vegas to meet with like-minded people in Las Vegas, and return with enforcement ideas and plans. Sure. He also said recently bought an assault rifle, he said during the conversation at the Virginia Beach restaurant. Bought an assault rifle, got to take on. The Democrat Party is this close to launching civil war in the United States of America. The Democrat Party's second to civil war. I'm holding my right index finger less than 1 inch over my right thumb when I say they're this close to launching a civil war. The Democrat Party against federal law enforcement. These guys should be gassed. They should get the death penalty. And maybe they could choose the firing squad. I don't know what they do in Virginia, but that's good. Told his brother he's going to fly to Las Vegas. Meet with like-minded individual who's got an AR-15 rifle. And then John Bennett, one of the brothers, said he wanted to go hunting. That's the language he used. Go hunting, as the complaint alleges. Expressed interest in going with his brother to Las Vegas because, that's some people want to go to gamble or maybe meet nice girls or something like that. These guys want to join a death cult to start a civil war in the United States. The complaint says Mark Bennett bought a ticket to fly to Las Vegas on Wednesday, November 19th, the day he and his brother were arrested at Norfolk International Airport. Hey, Las Vegas isn't outside of the country. That's not international. Both men are charged with one count of conspiracy to commit malicious wounding. These allegations of violence against law enforcement, the very ones who protect and serve our communities, are incredibly alarming, said Virginia Beach Police Department Chief Paul Nadugate. And he said, we are grateful this information was brought to our attention. Virginia Beach Police Department was able to work with various law enforcement agencies to assess the credibility of the information, leading to today's arrests, ensuring the safety of both our law enforcement community and the public at large. Virginia Beach City Public Schools said John Bennett has been with the school district since 2009, and he's currently on leave. I hope he's on leave because he's in Gitmo getting the Perrier Spritz. Remember the Perrier Spritz? Waterboarding. I miss that. I still have a great T-shirt home that says, I'd rather be waterboarding. I'd rather be waterboarding. A nice listener sent that to me because I was talking about how we should have T-shirts like that, and then a nice listener either found one or had one made and sent it to me, and I still wear it. It's great. The incident's still under investigation, and anybody with the information should call the cops and tell them because, these Bennett brothers, bad news, these guys. They should never have been on the loose in the first place. So we've got that going for us. And all kinds of crazy other Democrat stuff, too. Obama, talking to freshman Democrats on Capitol Hill. They're very excited. Obama showed up. He was president. He hates them, and he hates America. He hates everybody. And don't become his personal chef in Martha's Vineyard. Let me just warn you about that right now. Obama privately urges freshman Dems to fight cynicism. No sense of irony. They use the words, but they don't know what they mean. Just amazing stuff. Our most important battle, he said, is against cynicism. And then he declared everybody to be a fascist and a racist and everything else. And again, today the Democrats are going to be voting, presumably or reportedly or allegedly, while we're on the air. Democrats are going to vote in favor of socialism in the House of Representatives because there's a vote coming up today, theoretically, while we're on the air. Sometimes these things get delayed or postponed or pushed back. That's redundant, repetitive, unnecessarily duplicative. But the vote is to condemn the horrors of socialism or not. And it'll be interesting to see how many Democrats say, no, we like the horrors of socialism. Come on. And something else the Democrats like, in Nigeria, the Muslims, the Islamists, kidnapped yet another group of more than 50 students from a Catholic school in Nigeria. Gunmen came in, and they're holding hostage more than 50 students, which should be frowned upon. And that's the thing on that. I had to jump to something over here, but we got that. Let's turn the ringers on. Let's go ahead and see how that works. That's kind of fun. So yeah, the kidnapping of more Catholic students at a Catholic school by gunmen who are Muslims or Islamists, who are jihadis, kind of like Zoran Mamdani. He's a jihadi. He'd be kidnapping students with rifles if he were back home, And didn't he come from Uganda? And that Idi Amin, land of Idi Amin, wasn't Idi Amin a cannibal? Speaking of Haiti, we got an update in Haiti. They have cannibals in Haiti, too. The Democrats and the Clintons and other Democrats made Haiti all better. Now it's a hotbed of cannibalism. Now that and it's run by gangs. And they want to come here, and the Democrats want them to come here, too. They want to bring cannibalism to the United States. They're quite something. And we've got that. That's a big thing. I want to see. I'm going to keep my my eyes peeled and my ear to the ground, all that stuff, and see how many Democrats vote in favor of the horrors of socialism, because they think it means free health care. You know they are. Also, Democrats are no fun at all. In California, there's a fancy town, and it's where fancy people live in very expensive houses. And some of the people, older people, they play pickleball. But that's gotten too annoying for the liberals there, so they're voting to ban pickleball because it's too loud and those pickleballers are too rowdy. You know those rowdy pickleballers. Also, Eric Fang Swalwell has announced on entertainment TV last night on Jimmy Kimmel that he's running for governor of California. Next step, President of the United States. Fang has been incredibly successful as a Chinese honeypot secret operative recruiting Democrats in the United States. And now Swalwell is announcing that he's running for governor. California just keeps circling the drain, slipping down the rabbit hole, whatever you prefer. So from Nigeria to California, which is a bigger mess, to the horrors of socialism, and our most important battle, Barack Obama, banning pickleball, and the guy in Chicago that set the lady on fire, arrested 53 times. And the Democrats say, let him go. Come on. What's the worst that could happen?
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show.
Are you making these two deadly mistakes with your emergency food supply? The first mistake is not having an emergency food supply to begin with. The second mistake is buying an emergency food supply, but not having a way to cook the meals in an emergency. That's why My Patriot Supply created the Black Friday Survival Special. It comes with the 4-week food supply, plus $150 worth of free gifts, including everything you need to prepare your emergency meals, like a cook stove, fuel, fire starters, plus a water purifier, bug out bag, and more. It's the complete survival kit your family needs to ride out natural disasters, civil unrest, or worse. Plus, it makes a great Christmas gift, but it's only available through Black Friday. So head over to mypatriotsupply.com to check out everything that's included. With all the uncertainty in the world, disaster preparedness is more important than ever. Go to mypatriotsupply.com and get prepared today. That's mypatriotsupply.com.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/Mike.
Warning, the national debt is spiraling out of control. Trade wars are causing record volatility, and inflation could make a devastating comeback. Will you sit on the sidelines and wait, or will you take action today to help protect your hard-earned retirement savings? And what if you could do it tax and penalty-free? Find out more by requesting your free 2025 gold and silver kit from the top-rated precious metals company, Goldco. Plus, you could get an unlimited instant match on bonus silver if you qualify. Call 855-969-GOLD to learn more. That's 855-969-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
The problem's common. ED. Lots of men deal with it at some point or another. But the excuses? They're getting old. It's just stress from work. I'm tired. It happens to everyone sometimes. Look, ED affects 30 million men. You're not the first person to say these things to yourself. Here's what's actually happening. Your body needs support. Rugiet can help. At Rugiet.com, you can find fast-acting treatments prescribed by real doctors. So you can stop making excuses and start making moves. Visit RUGIET.com/plant to get 15% off your first order. That's RUGIET.com/plant. Use our code so they know we sent you. Rugiet. Get back to the moments that matter.
Compounded drugs are permitted to be prescribed under federal law but are not FDA approved and do not undergo FDA safety, effectiveness, or manufacturing review. Visit the Rugiet website for full safety information.
Dealing with the aftermath of a car wreck can leave you feeling stressed. At Ken's Body Works in West End, you'll get collision repair services you can rely on. Family owned and operated for over 20 years, Ken's Body Works specializes in collision repair, body work, custom paint, dent removal, and much more. No job is too big or too small. Kent's certified technicians will have your vehicle back to its factory look and specifications. Call 910-235-0486 for a free estimate today. That's 910-235-0486.
This Small Business Saturday, get ready to shop small and pamper big. At More Bubbles, we're celebrating with bubbly deals on our soaps, shampoos, bath bombs, and more, all crafted with natural ingredients. Plus, wander among local artisan vendors offering their own handmade treasures, perfect for holiday gifting. And enjoy something delicious from our featured food truck while you browse. Come, support local and discover gifts that feel as good as they smell this Small Business Saturday, November 29th from 10 until 4 at More Bubbles, 305 Monroe Street in Carthage.
Welcome a new season bursting with abundant color by saying hello to your knowledgeable friends at Olmsted Village Hardware. They'll introduce you to a selection of fall fertilizer products that will nurture your lawn and vegetation and keep your grounds thriving as temperatures moderate. Longing for a landscaping upgrade? Ask our experts to show you a variety of mulch and pine bark nuggets. Cooler weather means it's a great time for outdoor chefs. Our True Value store on Central Park Avenue, just off Highway 211 and next door to Lowe's Foods, features a Grill Master showroom where you can choose from traditional, flat top, and electric grills. As favorite recipes sizzle, get cozy by treating the family to a new fire pit. Gather round in Pollywood chairs that you'll find next door at Olmsted Patio. Furnishings by Home Decor Poly are available in 30 custom colors and come with 20-year warranties. Olmsted Village Hardware, open 7 days a week, plus shop online for bargains on tools, paint, and household products.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
Boop, boop. All right, Miguel, let's go to the telephones on this great Friday in America. The House of Representatives will condemn the horrors of socialism. A lot of the Democrats won't, though, because you know how they are. Let's go to the phones. Hey, look at that. Let's go to Jason, calling from Kensington, Maryland. Jason, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
G'day, Chris. How you going,
Jason,
mate?
very well, very well.
You're proving again that you don't need a staff of 50 to run a good radio show. That's for sure.
Apparently that's true, since there are 2.5 of us.
Hey, you mentioned about how close we are to civil war. I would say that if a civil war ever broke out, I think I know which side I would be on. I wouldn't be on the Blue Hair Brigade side. I think they wouldn't do too well in a full-blown civil war.
They're violent and crazy. They got violent and crazy elderly people. They're trying to relive the 1960s and the 1970s, and LSD has even made a comeback.
Yeah. No, it's just crazy. And then these people would like to side with a known pedophile to get information on Trump. I mean, it just shows you how low these people would go. It's just you choose between a pedophile and normal people. They choose a pedophile every time.
They really do, don't they? And then the whole transgender-y thing. Although transgender-y thing is fading away, the Democrats are very angry about that. They keep slamming their genitalia in the drawers of desks and things to protest. It's a new form of protest, slamming the male genitalia in the drawer of a desk.
I'm trying to picture that.
Don't spend too much time on it, though, because it's just the thing. But, yeah, they're nuts. And it does, you moved here from Australia, a country far, far away. And you came, I think, long enough ago where we were a pretty normal country. But now we've become quite abnormal, haven't we?
Oh, very abnormal. We were quite normal when I first got here, and now I'm just scratching my head, shaking my head ruefully, so I'm wondering what the hell is going on.
Yeah, it's true. Well, you're not alone, Jason. That's what makes you normal. See, that's the normal. That's why we advocate that we should all remember normal. Let's keep it in mind. We might have to bring it back one day.
This is the Chris Plant Show.
WEEB, We've got you by the ears.
At First Bank, North Carolina's largest independent community bank, we know your dream may be to make it possible for your child to achieve theirs. Whether you want to start saving for their education, to pay for a first tuition bill, or to help your student be a smart spender, First Bank offers a wide range of products and services to help you achieve your dreams. From student checking accounts to prepaid debit cards, savings accounts to home equity lines of credit, you'll find a great fit at First Bank.
7 days a week, we're on the job. Sean Cole's Plumbing Professionals. Fast, friendly, quality service. You know we can do it all. Don't just call a plumber. Call a professional. Sean Cole's Plumbing Professionals.
Dealing with the aftermath of a car wreck can leave you feeling stressed. At Ken's Body Works in West End, you'll get collision repair services you can rely on. Family owned and operated for over 20 years, Ken's Body Works specializes in collision repair, body work, custom paint, dent removal, and much more. No job is too big or too small. Ken's certified technicians will have your vehicle back to its factory look and specifications. Call 910-235-0486 for a free estimate today. That's 910-235-0486.
At Clark Chevrolet Cadillac in Pinehurst, our family-owned dealership has proudly celebrated 54 years of serving the Sandhills community. We're not just another dealership, we're your neighbors, dedicated to finding you the perfect vehicle at the perfect price, and we never charge a dock fee. Right now, through December 1st, current owners or lessees of an eligible competitive luxury brand vehicle receive $2,000 off the purchase of a new Cadillac Optic, Lyric, or Vistic. Plus, get 2.9% financing for 60 months. Schedule your test drive today by finding Clark Chevrolet Cadillac nestled in the heart of Pinehurst at 35 Dundee Road in Pinehurst, or visit clarkchevroletcadillac.com. Price plus tax and tag, not available with lease and some other offers. Must finance with GM Financial. Not all will qualify. See dealer for complete details.
Hi, this is Katherine Phelps, owner of Appliances and More. This Christmas season, we're celebrating you, our customers, with a Christmas Eve appliance giveaway. Stop by our store in the Town & Country Shopping Center in Aberdeen and sign up to win one of 3 amazing prizes: a Frigidaire upright freezer, an Electrolux front-loaded washer and dryer set, or the new Frigidaire electric slide-in range with the fresh baked pizza option. It's our way of saying thank you for your support and friendship all year long. No purchase necessary. See store for details.
This Thanksgiving holiday weekend, visit the Little Toy Shop to meet Santa, Friday, November 28th and Saturday, November 29th from 10:30 to 4. Santa and his elves will be there. On Friday, meet the creators of Two Bros Bows. The biggest name in outdoor play, Two Bros Bows bow and arrow sets for kids are proudly made here in North Carolina. You can ask Santa for Two Bros Bows and everything else on your list at the Little Toy Shop in downtown Southern Pines.
Hi, this is Katherine Phelps. My husband Joe and I are the owners of Appliances and More in Aberdeen. We advertise on WEEB because we get results. Every day, someone comes in and tells us they heard about us on the radio. Come in and ask us in person about how successful radio advertising can be for you and your business. Find your new customers by advertising on WEEB.
This is Axel Thornsbury, and I have a joke for you. Why didn't the skeleton go to the Christmas party? He had no body to go with. Merry Christmas from all of us here at Thornsbury's Body Shop.
From everyone at Hughes Supply of Pinehurst, we'd like to say thank you for your continued loyalty and faith in us. Put your feet up and have a well-deserved rest this Thanksgiving, and let every day of the holiday season be filled with joy. Have a safe and happy Thanksgiving.
Good Friday morning. We start your day with spotty rain and patchy fog with cloudy skies. Temperatures start in the low to mid-50s. By this afternoon, highs will reach the low to mid-70s across the region with mostly cloudy skies, and more spotty rain is possible. Overnight, partly cloudy skies. Temperatures drop to the upper 50s and low 60s. Brief showers are possible. Then scattered showers and a few storms possible Saturday with highs in the mid to upper 70s with partly cloudy skies. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Grant Skinner in the Weather Center.
Listen to us anywhere on your smartphone or tablet with the TuneIn app, free at your app store. Simply search for WEEB.
It's funny, nobody in the news media remembers when Joe Biden deployed 25,000 National Guard troops to Washington, D.C., because Ashley Babbitt had been shot and killed mercilessly by a racist black police officer with the U.S. Capitol Police, Lieutenant Byrd. And he was promoted and celebrated by the Democratic Party because they love killing. They're the party of killing. They usually harvest the organs of the particularly innocent. Yeah, but 25,000 National Guard troops deployed to Capitol as Biden inauguration looms. This is January 16th of 2021. The number of troops deployed in D.C. is more than 3 times those in Iraq and Afghanistan combined. That is, a point worth making. The Fox News Channel on January 16th of 2021. And that was okay because there was a little dust-up for about an hour and a half at the Capitol. Never mind the 3-day siege laid to the White House, the Democrats setting fire to the Church of the Presidents, the 1815 Church, St. John's, across from the White House. Never mind the evacuation of the president and the first family to the underground nuclear-proof bunker. Never mind the 180 police officers injured in the Democrat Party riot. No National Guard called out there. Remember then the news media attacked President Trump because he walked across the street to the Church of the Presidents and held up a Bible. The Democrats had set it on fire. The church, not the Bible. Although they burned the Bible from time to time, too. Just amazing stuff. Guard members have fanned out across the U.S. Capitol lawn, inside the building and surrounding areas in D.C. for days. It is an unprecedented security force deemed necessary in the wake of a deadly riot at the Capitol. That's when Ashley Babbitt was shot and killed. She's the only person that was deadlied that day, but never mind that. And continuing threats of domestic terrorism. Yeah, what with the 2 pipe bombs at the RNC headquarters and the DNC headquarters. Have we found that person yet? Because how many decades is it going to take for the entirety of the American law enforcement apparatus to find that pipe bomber? They have videos of the person. They got the person talking on their cell phone with nobody else around for city blocks, and they can't find him. They arrested every grandmother that sat on the lawn at the Capitol on January 6th, but they can't find the pipe bomber. At least 7,000 National Guard troops from dozens of states already on the ground in the nation's capital, January 16th, with more expected to arrive in the coming days at the request of the Secret Service, said Army General Daniel Hokanson, the chief of the National Guard Bureau. The military security force, it's a security force, will be more than 3 times the total number of U.S. troops currently deployed in Iraq and Afghanistan, reflecting heightened concern after supporters of President Trump stormed the Capitol while lawmakers were certifying his loss in the November 3rd presidential election. You know, the one where Joe Biden outdid every president in the history of the country by millions and millions of votes, and it was mail-out ballots and ballot harvesting and pay no attention, no voter ID, and pay no attention to any of that. And then Joe Biden got millions more votes than Hillary Clinton, who's a woman that the Democrats wanted to make president because she was a woman, and she's not anymore, which is interesting, since I said since she was a woman. And it's hard to say now because, of course, millions more votes than Barack Obama, who was the first black president, and the Democrats turned out in record numbers for him. And then, in record numbers for a woman, then, of course, in record numbers for Joe Biden that broke the previous records because the Democrat Party. But isn't that great? And now the Democrats are very, very angry that President Trump has deployed National Guard troops to fight crime in crime-ridden cities like Chicago, where the mayor of Chicago is absolutely pro-crime. He's for more crime. He wants more murder. And he doesn't want anybody fighting crime, certainly. Also, as a story, one of the things got my attention on this morning is the news breaking this morning. Judge rules Trump's National Guard deployment to D.C. is illegal. Where was this judge in 2021? A federal judge ruled Thursday that President Trump's months-long deployment of thousands of National Guard forces to the streets of Washington, D.C., they're not even troops, they're forces on CBS News, violates federal law. It'll be overturned by the Supreme Court. U.S. District Judge, Gia, J-I-A is the person's first name, Gia Cobb, sided with the D.C. Attorney General Brian Schwalb, who has never prosecuted a crime or a criminal, who sued the federal government over the Guard deployment, arguing it exceeds the president's legal authority. Really, but when Joe Biden deployed 25,000 troops and kept thousands of troops on the streets of Washington for months on end, that was all fine, because Ashley Babbitt had been shot and killed after serving 12 years in the U.S. Air Force honorably and was not expelled for repeated cocaine use like Hunter Biden was expelled from the Navy for repeated cocaine use, but never mind that. But the judge stayed her ruling for 21 days to give the Trump administration a chance to appeal it, because Gia knows that it's going to be overturned. White House spokeswoman Abigail Jackson blasted the ruling, arguing that Mr. Trump has the authority to deploy Guard troops in the nation's capital. Jackson called Schwalb's lawsuit nothing more than another attempt at the detriment of D.C. residents to undermine the president's highly successful operations to stop violent crime in D.C. And crime is way down. It's way down in D.C. since, we started fighting crime in D.C. It's way down in Chicago since we started fighting crime in Chicago. But the Democrats are the pro-crime party. And now they've got Gia. That's the Chia Pet song, right? Because every time I see her name, J-I-A, and I start in my head singing the Chia Pet commercial. But is she a Chia Pet? I haven't even seen her. She is a WOC, though. She's a woman of color. Therefore, you can't disagree with her. Otherwise, Yes, sir. In his own statement following the ruling by Judge Gia, Schwalb, the never prosecute anybody chief law enforcement officer in Washington, D.C., said normalizing the use of military troops for domestic law enforcement sets a dangerous precedent. Not as dangerous as letting Democrats run loose on the streets of Washington and murder people all the time, but where the president can disregard states' independence. You're not a state, and you're not an independent state. You're the federal district. It's called the District of Columbia, and it's the seat of the federal government, where we don't have super senators or a super governor. But never mind that. This Schwalb guy is a cancer. He's a cancer. Where the president can disregard states' independence, again, the guy doesn't know where he is, what his job is, what he's doing, what the Constitution says, and deploy troops wherever and whenever he wants. Well, it's true Republican presidents have had to deploy troops in the past, like to move Democrats out of the way of, Democrat Governor Orville Faubus in Little Rock, Arkansas in 1957 when a Republican president, that would be Dwight Eisenhower, who smashed fascism in Europe, then came home and had to deal with the Democrats. I wonder which he thought was worse. Because, honestly, and he had to move, the 101st Airborne to Little Rock to move Democrat Governor Orville Faubus out of the front door of Central High because he wouldn't allow the school to be racially integrated. He wanted it, insisted that it continue to be racially segregated. And then had to send the Army down to Alabama to move Democrat Governor George Wallace out of the way to racially integrate a university there, not a high school. But never mind that. So the Republican presidents have had to use the military, 101st Airborne in Little Rock, and guard in many instances where the Democrats were rioting and burning and racially segregating schools and colleges. And, the Democrats, they're they're not on the side of the good guys, and they're still not on the side of the good guys. And we got this idiot Schwab in Washington, D.C., in our nation's capital. Man, the D.C. Attorney General Brian Schwab, who says normalizing the use of military troops for domestic law enforcement, which Joe Biden did for months and months on end with the greatest number ever, 25,000 troops in one city, sets a dangerous precedent where the president can disregard states' independence. He doesn't know the difference between the District of Columbia, where he is the Attorney General, and a state with states' rights. Isn't that amazing? They're not on the side of sanity, these people. They're Ricky. They're all named Ricky, I think. All right, let's see. I've got Zoran Mamdani coming up for you. He's headed to the White House today. He's a communist in Washington, D.C. on Capitol Hill. They're going to be voting in the House to condemn the horrors of socialism, the most murderous death cult in the history of humankind, quite literally. And many, many Democrats will again vote against condemning socialism, demonstrating the fact that they're pro-socialism, the most murderous death cult in history. So we've got that coming up. And Hakeem Jeffries was asked about communism and socialism, and he did what communists and socialists do, Hakeem Jeffries, and he hates the Jews. So we'll get to him as well. In Chicago, got the idiot mayor there, Brandon Johnson, because they found out that the guy that the Democrats let loose and set the woman on fire on the subway train had been arrested 53 times in the past, including a whole bunch of times fairly recently. And they just let him go. But wait till you hear what he had to say. And we got Eric Swalwell announcing he's running for governor of California, among other things. Yes, sir. All right, let's go back to the telephones, Michael, and talk to the great American people on this Great American Friday. Let's go to Peter, calling from Washington, D.C., our nation's capital, where our Attorney General is very afraid that we've got people fighting crime, and he doesn't fight crime. If anybody does, he fights against them. Peter, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Chris, everything you said earlier, I couldn't have said it better. Gia and the Schwab need to be tried for treason.
Yeah.
The country is a mess. D.C. is a mess. And our president's doing everything to fight it. Do you think this nonsense lawsuit is going to even last?
Well, no, I think that it's going to be appealed. And if it does go to the Supreme Court, I think the Supreme Court will say, obviously, the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief, has the authority in the District of Columbia, quite specifically and particularly, to deploy Guard troops, which he controls, the D.C. National Guard, to Washington, D.C., because he's the chief executive of the United States of America. And this Schwab guy should not only be kicked out of his post, he should be disbarred for being such an ignorant slut. I'm channeling Dan Aykroyd from Saturday Night Live. But the guy couldn't be more ignorant. I know more about the law than he does. I know more about the Constitution than he does. And he's the Attorney General of our nation's capital, Washington, D.C.
Thank you. We need to all come together and really put an end to this democratic crime syndicate that we have in this country.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. And it's like the Soviet Union has taken over at least the Democratic Party in the United States of America. And the Democratic Party is dangerous. And literally, I've played audio here of several different Democrats talking about civil war in the United States, and they're shooting people. They're assassinating Charlie Kirk and shooting President Trump and shooting Congressman Steve Scalise while trying to wipe out the entire Republican baseball team in a mass political assassination. They're violently attacking the police everywhere for enforcing the laws as passed by the Congress. They're engaged in insurrection. We had audio yesterday of 6 Democrat members of Congress, the House and the Senate, calling for members of the military and the intelligence community to engage in insurrection against the President of the United States, disobey orders. They say, they're not lawful orders. And then you ask the idiots, list the unlawful orders that the President has issued that the military should resist, that they should refuse to carry out. And they can't give you a single example because they have tiny little squirrel brains, don't they, Peter?
Yep, they do. And I really want to just thank you for fighting for this country and for the people. Keep doing what you're doing, man.
Well, thank you very kindly. Piece of cake. I wouldn't have it any other way. Yeah, it's what my mother taught me when I was a child. She was a good mother. She was a great mother. She had 6 of me. And I'm the mellow one. I am the mellow one. Well, we got to. One brother might dispute that. But that's probably just, the whiskey talking. Thank you, Peter. I wouldn't know what else to do. Just fight for truth, justice, and the American way.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show.
A smooth, close Barbasol shave lifts your confidence. Your whiskers may fall, but today you can ascend to greatness. So lather up and dream big. Just don't forget to pick up that gallon of milk on your way home. Barbasol, it's a can of can-do.
Cooking at Thanksgiving is high stakes. It feels like one dried-out turkey can ruin it all. That's why I love my Chef IQ Sense. This wireless cooking thermometer takes the guesswork out of holiday cooking. The USDA says turkeys got to hit 165 degrees Fahrenheit to be safe. Your eyes can deceive, but Chef IQ ensures that you hit that perfect temperature every time. It couldn't be easier. Just insert the sensor, tell the app what you're cooking, then sit back and relax. Chef IQ Sense tells you when to flip, take it off the heat, even how long to let it rest. No more oven peaking, no more dried out turkey, just perfectly cooked meals every time. And it works for steaks, chicken, fish, whatever you're cooking. You'll wonder how you ever cooked without it. Plus, it's the ultimate gift, perfect for seasoned cooks, kitchen rookies, and everyone in between. Now get 30% off site-wide with the code PLANT at chefiq.com. That's chefiq.com. The promo code is PLANT.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
A smooth, close Barbasol shave in the morning lifts your confidence. That rich, creamy lather will catapult you to greatness. Nothing can stop you today. Well, except that traffic jam. Barbasol, it's a can of can-do.
From start to finish, we get the job done right. Professional and caring, you're comfortable day or night. We're the local family, you can count on us. Right there, right on time, the ones you come to trust. 4 Seasons Heating and Air. Get comfortable with us.
4 Seasons in West End on Highway 211, 910-235-0606.
Since 1889, W.R. Case & Sons Cutlery has established a legacy as an American knife maker of the highest quality, extremely collectible handmade knives that are proudly passed from one generation to another. Keith Hardware in Carthage, North Carolina is proud to be a Case Platinum dealer. Collectors from all over come to Keith Hardware to find the Case knives that they've been looking for. Just like we are proud to have our daughter, Taylor, here as the 4th generation at Keith Hardware. You will be proud to own a Case knife that can be passed down for generations to come. So come see our selection of Case knives here at Keith Hardware and find your next family heirloom. Our Case knife Christmas sale runs from the day after Thanksgiving, November 28th, through Christmas Eve, December 24th. And don't forget, Santa Claus will be there on Saturday, November 29th, from 10 to 12. Keith Hardware, 207 Monroe Street, Carthage. We're just an old-fashioned hardware store. Hurry! Don't miss this rebate. Get exclusive savings on select cafe appliances at Keys Appliance Center in Aberdeen before the rebate program ends December 31st. Whether you're building or remodeling, the stunning look of cafe appliances coupled with their smart technology will make any kitchen a delight to cook in. Receive up to $3,000 on select appliances via Visa prepaid card direct from cafe. Better hurry. Offer ends December 31st. Visit the appliance expert at Keys Appliance Center in downtown Aberdeen for complete details.
Mesa Electric Company in Seven Lakes has been providing quality commercial and residential electrical services in the Sandhills for over 40 years. From home surge protection to commercial kitchens, Mesa Electric Company can handle any commercial or residential electrical repair. Unlimited license, locally owned and operated. Call Kenny or Gail Mace at Mesa Electric Company in Seven Lakes, 910-673-0093. That's 910-673-0093.
This holiday season, we at Creed and Garner Roofing want to take a moment to thank you, our neighbors, friends, and customers, for your trust and support over the last 40 years and throughout this year. Whether it's a new roof, a repair, or just a checkup, we're honored to be your go-to roofing experts. Your loyalty has made all the difference, and we're grateful to be a part of this wonderful community. From our family to yours, we wish you a safe, warm, and joyful holiday season. Thank you for choosing Creed and Garner Roofing.
Bum, 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 bum. All right, Michael, let's go back to the telephones. It's Friday after all. Talk to the nice people, the American people. Let's go to Bill, calling from Bend, Oregon, who's listening on Al Gore's amazing internet and the WMAL stream. Thanks to Al Gore. Peace be upon him. William, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Oh, hi, Chris. Thanks for taking the call.
Hey, Bill.
I'm amazed. I've heard interviews with these people who have told our service people to disobey the commander-in-chief's orders. One of the big complaints was that, the president has not consulted Congress to go into these conflicts. Yet every one of them served either in Iraq or Afghanistan, all served in conflicts where Congress did not declare war. And all of them continued to serve and carry out the commander-in-chief's orders. And when it was their turn to disobey, they did not have the courage to do that. And they don't have the courage now, because now they're putting it up to the current service people to put their careers on the line and disobey the commander-in-chief. They're all hypocrites.
Well, I'd say that's very generous of you. I'd say that they're seditious mutineers. And the president called them seditious too. And then he said, that's punishable by death, sedition. And go ahead.
And every time these people are in an interview, the interviewer should bring that up and say, well, what did you do when you were in the service in these undeclared wars? What did you do? Did you still carry out your orders?
Well, and one of the people in the video, one of the Democrats in the video from Congress, recommending that our entire military perpetrate mutiny against the president because these 6 Democrats didn't vote for him and disagree with him, and they have Trump derangement syndrome. And he was asked 4 times, well, name an illegal order that the president has given that the military should disobey or the intelligence community should disobey. And the idiot just babbled and gave some, I hate Trump talking points, and couldn't name an order that the president has given that they thought was an illegal order, because they're snakes and weasels, and they are seditious, and they are mutineers, and they're not good people. They're not honest people. They're not truthful people. They're anti-American people. And Trump derangement syndrome is an actual mental illness, Bill.
It is.
Yeah, and I shared with the psychoanalyst from New York who wrote a piece in the Wall Street Journal last week about TDS being an actual psychological malady. And he explained the number of, he works in New York and Washington, D.C. primarily, and he talked about the number of people with Trump derangement syndrome and how the pathologies associated with TDS conform with other, compulsive neurotic disorders that he has treated people for over the years. And now TDS is the most prominent the most frequent illness that he's encountering with his patients in his psychoanalytic practice. What do we do about them, Bill?
Exactly. You know, these people need to be called on the carpet for what they say and what they intend to say and what their intentions are and what their innuendos are on this whole thing. So
yeah, and I got to say that these 6 members of Congress, I think
broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
News this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason.
President Trump is willing to meet with anyone and talk to anyone.
That's White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt asked about today's White House meeting between President Trump and New York City Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani.
The president agreed to meet with Mamdani after the 34-year-old political newcomer won a stunning victory in New York City. His campaign heavily focused on affordability, and Mamdani plans to talk about that with the president. Both Donald Trump and his press secretary have described Mamdani as a communist, even though he is a democratic socialist.
White House correspondent Craig Clugston. The Trump administration has announced new oil drilling off the California and Florida coasts for the first time in decades. Federal waters in the eastern Gulf of America have been off limits to energy exploration since 1995. Federal Judge Gia Cobb ordering an end to the president's war on crime in Washington, D.C., ordering a withdrawal of National Guard troops from the capital city's streets.
Judge Cobb concluded that while the president does have the authority to protect federal functions and property, he can't unilaterally deploy the Guard to help with crime control or call in troops from other states. The district's attorney general is calling for the troops to be sent home, saying that normalizing their use for domestic law enforcement sets a dangerous precedent. The White House stands by the deployment. Spokeswoman Abigail Jackson says the lawsuit's an attempt to undermine the president's efforts to stop violent crime in D.C. Deployments in other cities have led to similar court challenges with mixed results. Jennifer King, Washington.
Federal investigators say there's evidence of cracks in the left wing engine mount of the UPS cargo plane. It crashed and burned in Louisville earlier this month. 14 people were killed. Watching Wall Street, stocks in positive territory. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up about 178 points. The Nasdaq ahead 32 and the S&P 19 points higher. More on these stories at townhall.com.
NCI News, I'm Mike Rayleigh. We're getting a late look at September's jobs report, which was delayed due to the government shutdown. NC State University economist emeritus Mike Walden tells NCI News.
We are now living in what some call an affordability crisis, and you really have that when people's incomes are not keeping up with prices. This report shows that over the last year, weekly earnings went up significantly faster than prices. So that is definitely a bona fide good news item out of this report.
Top Democrats in Congress called for President Trump to be condemned forcefully after he said on social media the Democratic lawmakers who urged members of the military to disobey illegal orders should be arrested and face trial for seditious behavior. CBS News' Nancy Cordes.
There's already a heightened state of alert. We know that over the past few years that threats to lawmakers have increased exponentially, and they argue that this is just throwing another log on the fire.
The U.S. Attorney for North Carolina's Western District met Thursday with churches and law enforcement about an alarming trend he's identified in violent crime members. U.S. Attorney Russ Ferguson.
A lot of it seems to be premeditated, organized, retaliatory.
St. Louis, Missouri police say that a man was shot and killed this morning at St. Louis's Lambert International Airport. St. Louis County Police spokesperson Vera Clay says the man was brandishing a knife.
They did attempt to use less lethal by administering a taser in the beginning.
2 U.S. Navy Blue Angels paid a visit to the Marine Corps Air Station Cherry Point base on Thursday. Lieutenant Commander Lily Montana, Blue Angel number 8, says they're excited for their tour.
It's really nice to bring a little bit of the Navy and Marine Corps back to the Navy and Marine Corps. And, you know, blue and gold jets are fun to watch, certainly in the formations they fly.
They are checking things out for next year's big celebration at the base. You're listening to NCI News.
Hello, I'm Steve Troxler, North Carolina Commissioner of Agriculture. Farming's tough,
but you're not alone. That's why the North Carolina Agri-Medicine Institute offers the North Carolina Farm Helpline, a free 24/7 resource for the agriculture community. Long hours, difficult decisions, and unexpected challenges can add up. Whether you need to talk to a counselor who understands farming or help with finances, legal questions, or farm safety, call 844-325-3276. That's 844-325-3276, the North Carolina Farm Helpline, a free 24/7 resource for the agriculture community. 844-325-3276, because no one should face farm life alone.
This holiday, give the gift of perfectly cooked burgers and seared steaks from Char Bar 7. Right now, for every $25 gift card purchase, receive a free $5 one for yourself. Buy $500 worth and receive a $50 gift card plus get $5 bonus card per $25. That's $150 of free Char Bar 7 for yourself. So if you're looking for a warm, inviting atmosphere to relax and eat some great food with friends and family, visit Char Bar 7, located at 100 Pavilion Way in Southern Pines.
Good Friday morning. We start your day with spotty rain and patchy fog with cloudy skies. Temperatures start in the low to mid-50s. By this afternoon, highs will reach the low to mid-70s across the region with mostly cloudy skies, and more spotty rain is possible. Overnight, partly cloudy skies. Temperatures drop to the upper 50s and low 60s. Brief showers are possible. Then scattered showers and a few storms possible Saturday with highs in the mid to upper 70s with partly cloudy skies. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Grant Skinner in the Weather Center.
The Chris Plant Show is sponsored by Sandy Ridge Memory Care and Assisted Living in Candor, a place for compassionate care. Call 910-974-4162.
Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
No one has to carry out orders that violate the law or our Constitution.
We know this is hard and that it's a difficult time to be a public servant.
But whether you're serving in the CIA,
the Army, or Navy,
the Air Force,
your vigilance is critical.
And know that we have your back.
Yes, Democrat members of Congress have your back if you're planning on committing treason, sedition, insurrection. The Democrat Party is with you. They also want to fire on Fort Sumter again because of, it's one of their mental problems. They have a great many mental problems. The people at